Hi, friends. Impact of fair conflation syndrome. Do you have it? My name's Eric. I'm the second famous people. Probably the least NI title that I have. The several I considered. Probably a better title would be Buffy the Narcissist Slayer, which is what I was going to do. Or ditching a date to stick her with the bill. Another one, because those are things I want to discuss. The thing is here, what do I mean by this? Impact of repair conflation syndrome. I don't like, in general, the word narcissist because I think it focuses on the wrong thing, I guess. I'll change this out here. So, anyhow, when people talk about narcissists, there's a lot of confusion about exactly what a narcissist is or what renders somebody into being a narcissist. What's fundamentally the mechanical problem going on there? And the answer, and this is almost all like a lot of mental health problems boil down to this. The answer is pretty straightforward. It's somehow they've linked the repair process to the harm incurring process. So if you experience a harm, say you made a big mistake and now you're getting in trouble, however old you are, whatever the context, you made a big mistake and now you're getting in trouble. So that's an instance of basically the prime directive not being met. The prime directive is make sure that realities and expectations align. If you took these behaviors and you fucked up, well, that's going to violate expectations because you're operating under the basic assumption that you're not going to get in trouble normally, that there's some way for you to successfully do things so that you have so that you get the results you want, whatever those may be. Here's the deal with that is this is not the right thing. Damn it. God damn it. So for each of us, anytime realities and expectations conflict, it's a learning moment for us. We don't like that when that happens. We want to have successfully predicted things. So like the worst kind of prediction to fail to be correct would be something like you love your woman a lot and you're so wholly believing what she's selling that, despite early relationship, I guess general fidelity policing and stuff has passed into where now you take it totally for granted that she'd never cheat and you never even crosses your mind. And then one day you come home and you hear an answering machine message where she was talking to her lover. And it's very obvious that she is cheating. And if this takes you completely by surprise, that's going to be extraordinarily devastating because all of your ontology and your understandings of narrative storylines going on currently in your life, where you're headed, where you were, where you're going, what things mean, what's reality and what's illusion in the world, all those things become totally topsy-turvy. If reality could be so starkly different than your understanding of it, your map could be so wrong, right? I mean, most importantly, you have to rewrite everything you know about yourself, because prior to the moment when you find out they're cheating, you are a guy who's got and who's, well, I'm smart. I'm okay. Well, and yet here I was living in an illusion. Well, the real reality was over here and happening secretly behind my back. It's the ultimate prime directive failure. If the prime directive is the prime directive, which it is, I'm quite convinced of at this point. And the ultimate failure of it is to invest all of your trust into something and then have it betray you. You can see how nature abhors trust. There's not a single species of wild animal, practically, that will let you go up to it and pet it and pick it up or be trusting at all. Very few. That have to have grown up in an environment where they aren't under threat really at all by anything. They're well protected. They can be comfortable, at peace. So we have these words like naive or street smart. What that means is street smart is on the lookout for things that encourage you to trust them, but you shouldn't trust. Naive means assuming the best of everybody, assuming everybody's well-intentioned, basically. So the thing is, we obviously have a very powerful weighting against instances where we're wrong. Basically, like, being right doesn't get you anything. It just prevents you getting minus points. Being wrong about your expectations is a big problem. When you have a moment like when my first wife cheated on me, I came home to the answer machine, I heard the message, and I had not an inkling of it because I was so trusting. Not because there weren't clues, not because I wasn't dumb, not because I was naive, really, but because I afforded her the benefit of the doubt that I believed she should afford me, and that everybody in a relationship obviously afforded each other, was my thinking at the time, because that's what a relationship is. People only cheat on each other in the movies. Something I probably thought before I got cheated on. So here's the deal about assuming the good. It turns out that when you're naive and if you are trusting and you get burned badly, then it's difficult to assume the good so much in people going forward, right? But there's a repair process, and you'll get back to it. Now let's turn the tables around, because this is where I'm trying to get at here. Well, what happens if you're the one who cheats? Well, there's a repair process for that as well. So I did. And I never really did go through that repair process with the person I cheated on. Probably that's why I never learned anything from it. I learned that I wasn't going to cheat again, but I wasn't married to her either. I thought people cheat. I'm talking about marriage. I had a lot of thoughts about marriage at the time. The institution of marriage being different than somehow being a girlfriend. And, well, we're married. So she's like, I don't know, man. I was dumb. So, because my parents, I grew up in a neighborhood where everybody's parents pretty much all stayed together the whole time. I never heard about cheating or anything going on. It seemed like we had a lot of nice nuclear families, and it's like I got the fact that before you got married, you were sort of shopping around a bit, and some shady stuff might go on a little bit. But once you get married, then that settles the matter. It's like obviously insane now, but I didn't know it's. Right, because prior to marriage, you're not really, at the time, I thought, like, well, you're not really all the way committed, But cheating convinced me that regardless of being married or not, I wasn't going to do that again. And it didn't impact my narratives much about other things. That's a good point, though, Matthew. That's some good TI there. So the thing is also I'm anti-ignoring, and that means sometimes obvious shit escapes me. Like I told my kid today, he's anti-ignoring too. I told him in practice right now. I just get back from work. Okay. So I'm glad to hear that, Hamon. So it's like my kid said, I told my kid, all right, in this block 3 of your summation, you've got A. A here says the neg can win this round on post-fiat impacts only under your discursive ground limitation here. Discursive impacts only, okay? And then I told him, or he can win on pre-fiat impacts. That's an EHP student of mine. And I said, okay, so the neg can win on post-fiat impacts. All right, what kind? Discursive. Good. Or pre-fiat impacts. What can't the F win on? Or the neg win on? Post-fiat non-discursive impacts. Okay. What else can the neg win on? I'll walk them through again. The neg can win on 2 things. Post-fiat impacts discursive or pre-fiat impacts. No post-fiat non-discursive impacts. Okay, so remember, Jeffrey, what I just said. Now, the F can win on discursive post-fiat or pre-fiat. What else can the F win on? That's anti-ignoring. What's the answer? Can anybody tell me what the obvious answer is? I'm saying, look, the affirmative, can win on X or Y. If it's X, it has to be X type 2, not X type 1. Okay. The F can win on X2 or Y and cannot win on X1. Okay. The affirmative can win the round making X2 or Y and cannot win the round with X1. Okay. So I'll explain the fiat thing in a second. It's a pretty straightforward question. I'm asking him, I just told him the negative can win on X2 or Y and cannot win on X1. I said, now what else can the negative win on? And he just, he couldn't figure it out. Well, what's the obvious answer? Nothing. That's what your whole point is there. You're saying the neg can win like this, they can't win like this, or they can win like this, and that's it. I mean, it covers all the possible kinds of impact and explains why specifically they mean and yeah. But anyway, that's ignoring. The answer was nothing. What else can they do to win? Nothing. But he couldn't. It's like, because I asked him, what else can they do to win? Instead of, can they do anything else to win? That's called getting frame walked. It's like, that's why they do it at drive-thru restaurants. I think a hamburger and a Coke. And what else? Oh, pie. And what else? Some fries. And what else? Fried zucchini. And what else? A hot dog. It's insane if you think about it at a drive-thru, right? But that shit happens constantly in life. People are constantly doing that kind of shit. And most times they don't even know they're frame walking or being frame walked. Just by asking the question, and what else can they do to win? Instead of, and can they do anything else to win? Jeffrey was completely confounded by it. That's anti-ignoring. Anyhow, being Buffy the Narcissist Slayer means that why would I? Is there a reason you think I did? Did something happen? Or what? Blocked. This video, okay. I will just delete it then. It's funny because I was able to I was actually able to listen to that in the car. It's like, God, that's so lame. The whole copyright shit. Like, I didn't do anything that doesn't constitute fair use in there. Is it buffering right now? Hopefully that'll fix itself in a second. Right. Well, the thing is, what I'm saying is that all right, yeah, there it's gone. Okay. I did not, I don't think, get any kind of a strike for it. I didn't. But okay, so yeah, I didn't get a comment. I didn't get a strike or anything, so I'm okay. It just got blocked because live stream. But it's like that is such a okay, hold on. So so the point is, I agree. The way that I asked that question there would be a little bit confusing to a non-debater or somebody, or even a debater, if they weren't familiar with what I was talking about. But basically, what I was saying is, we have our case structured in a certain way that it only makes claim to discursive impacts, because, in other words, we're not actually eliminating all nuclear weapons. We're changing international law to make nuclear weapons illegal, and then letting the chips fall where they may. Now, what this means is people will talk about nuclear weapons differently. It doesn't mean that we can impact the absence of nuclear weapons. Just because you make nuclear weapons illegal doesn't mean we can say, and so as a consequence, my AF world, after we do my affirmation, there are no more nuclear weapons. No, you make them illegal. You didn't instantly infinity gauntlet them all away, right? So what I'm trying to tell my kid is basically, because we're not getting rid of nuclear weapons, your opponent can only win this round by out impacting you within the discursive impacts realm. Since you're saying making it illegal will change the way we talk about nuclear weapons better, then they can win by saying, no, your affirmation will make the way we talk about nuclear weapons. I did a song and dance, and you guys are more entertained by my speech. And really, isn't it better for us, all of us here, to be entertained? Isn't that the only real impact that matters? Meanwhile, my opponent was boring. If he won all the arguments on the floor, it doesn't matter because he bored us all, and we should really be entertained. That would be a pre-fiat argument, okay? So what I'm saying to my kid is, he can win. His opponent can win this round by defeating him on legitimate impacts that he sets up in his framework. In other words, your opponent can't win by saying, here's a harm of getting rid of all the nuclear weapons, because my app isn't actually getting rid of all the nuclear weapons. It's just saying they're illegal now. No. It was the one that I changed the title to urgent, join this live stream now, or whatever. That was the one. It had copyright problems, and it was the one where I was playing little bits of songs all the way through. Now, it's like I never played more than about 15 seconds of any song at most, but even so, I guess it got a copyright violation that had it blocked in all countries. Okay, Jesus Christ, you guys are freaking ridiculous. I mean, I can't hang out with my friends and even have a little snippet of a song in the background for us to talk about or something. I mean, it's kind of Warner going after that video was weak. Was it Warner Brothers or what? Well, you can't excerpt other people's media if they don't want you to excerpt it. Basically, the fair use rule has been just kind of a mess now. It's like there's not any clear rule on fair use, and basically YouTube wants to err on the side of the copyright holders. So the cool thing about it ultimately really is I just deleted the video. I don't care. I mean, that video from earlier today was a lot less Thank you for letting me know, Desert Rain, TJ. That's convincing. But it's a lot less. The point is, I can play my own music. I don't need to. Whatever. Yeah. Okay. Fine. I don't need to play other people's music. It's just obviously in life, I don't just only want to play my own music. I like playing my own music, but I deleted the one that was copyright meowed. So what am I talking about here? Oh, right. Basically, accountability collapse disorder or something you might call it, or Buffy the Narcissist Slayer. What's the stripes for? Are stripes strikes? Anyway, basically, this video is about a variety of subjects, as all my videos are, about all my live streams. But I've been thinking a lot about my now growing history of dealing with people who you might call them narcissists, and how I'd much rather come up with a new disorder name that's more accurate, that's definitely descriptively accurate, like persistent accountability avoidance disorder. You know, persistent accountability avoidance disorder is basically what I'm seeing from what I've been seeing from all the people who have problems with me in life. So, you can go back to where this really first started happening. When I first started encountering these people was with Kimberly. She had at least one, probably two narcissists in her family that of course, the thing is, they're avoiding me before they even meet me. They already know before I have any idea that I'm a narcissist hunter and that they're not going to be able to pull their shit around me. And so, with Kimberly, there was kind of a blow up with this narcissistic aunt of hers. And, I wanted to go to war on Kimberly's behalf. But hold on, Archangel, chill out. And listen, I'm not going to do extra work just to play along with your meow. So meow, if you know what I'm saying. Like that. So it's like with Kimberly's family members, it was very much the case that as soon as I called it out, they ran and hid and didn't want to engage with me at all and refuse to have any kind of conversation. They would not meet with me, not have a conversation, not talk with me. And I gave them a kind of a good excuse. So, I fucked up first the narcissist fucked up, but then I overreacted and I fucked up. And then it was a wash after that. The narcissist never made any contact with Kimberly or me again. Kimberly pointed out to her that, but Auntie, you can still contact me. You can still include me in the family. You don't have to hate me just because you're mad at Eric. Because, of course, she could no longer control Kimberly and shit on her and push her around the way she used to do that. Because even though she didn't ever have that showdown with me where I held her to account, things had forevermore changed because the narcissist's grasp on the thing is tenuous. It relies on an ongoing wool pulling over everyone's eyes. It relies on keeping everybody in check, blah, blah, blah. You bring in a new variable like that who immediately displays to everybody how weak and terrified and ridiculous the narcissist is for trying to control everybody. and who brings the shame stick and pounds that person with it, and all of a sudden everything's changed forevermore because nobody's going to quite be as responsive to the narcissist going forward. And so they're trying to recapture their little before as the autocratic lord and narcissist. They're never going to interact with the same people again because they've lost that. That's no longer the case. So then after Kimberly's narcissists, then I dealt with Spacey's. And she was another example of the same thing, accountability avoidance syndrome. We all fuck up, but when she fucked up, and I said, okay, now let's talk about this. Run away, fingers in the ears. Do not listen to Eric. I will not learn anything. I will not learn anything. No growth, no growth, no growth, no growth. That's accountability avoidance disorder. And what it fundamentally breaks down to well, I'm going to get to that in a second, Bacon. The reason I want to call it accountability avoidance disorder is because at least it describes the behavior accurately. It says, this is the behavior we keep seeing. Narcissism is a title that goes, you are a narcissist. There's something broken about you. And in the process, it absolves them from responsibility to fix it. Okay, well, here's the thing, Matthew, and I'm glad you said this, because I'm going to give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about and why I'm entirely right about this, and those who oppose me are wrong. So people don't think they owe you a discussion. They see it as you trying to lord it over them. They see this process as the objective approach by which reasonable people act, but it's unreasonable to think people will adapt to this or find your discussion demands appealing when they don't believe in discussion as an ideal. That's fair to say, right? So we can look contextually as to whether somebody ought to feel as though they have an obligation to have a conversation with somebody. For example, right now, my girlfriend and future wife is living at her brother and father's house in New York. All parties, brother, father, Rachel, me, are aware that this is temporary, that she will come back and live with me. But we hadn't formally discussed a formal time frame. Now, the other day, a big blow up in the house because Rachel walked into the house from outside where she'd been smoking weed and smelled like weed. And her brother accused her of smoking weed in the house, which was not true, and flew off the handle and said, you got to get out of here right now, basically. You got to get out of here right now. Hold on, Matthew. Wait for me to finish responding to your last point, okay? So I said, I called the dad. I'm like, what the hell? I talked to you last night. I said there's a time frame of 4 to 6 months. If your son doesn't like that time frame at this point, because he and Rachel's dad and me, we all know that I'm going to have to be involved in the moving of Rachel out of that house because she's moved past that. However, he needs to come up with a counter proposal. That means he could say, no, how about 2 months or something like that, right? Remember, this is his sister who has done nothing, has been guilty of no wrongdoing, has harmed him in not any single way at all, has not gotten in his hair, doesn't even talk to him. But because she smelled like weed, he wants to kick her out of the house right now, ideally. Now, no, he has a long-term solution. She's not going to be a long-term problem for him, whereas she would have been a long-term problem for them if it weren't for me. I'm providing a long-term solution for this. No, he's a douchebag. He's a professional douchebag, I guess. I don't know. Who knows what he is? Who cares? Doesn't matter. It's not relevant. So I'm saying, so Rachel's dad called, I talked to him and he says, okay, well, can you, so Rachel will go home with me and we're going to go start to have housing, to look for housing for her in the interim before. I'm like, no, you're not. She's not going to go help you with that at all. She's not going to cooperate with that shit at all. One bit. Now, you might say, well, Eric, it's not your right to have a conversation with him. That's true. But if he's going to try to kick my girlfriend out of the house right now in order to avoid having a conversation with me, then he's fucking with my girlfriend. And I don't like that. Even if it is the case that we're going to prioritize his property rights, 70% of the house is his. Assume he has the reluctant and somewhat coerced cooperation of the other 30%. Let's say that's all good, well and good. Even if he does want to kick her out, even if she's not paying any rent, he still has to give her 30 days notice because she's been living there for years. And she's coming out here on the 18th. That's less than 30 days from now. So well, yeah, Archangel, it's more than a bit extreme to try to hurriedly kick your own sister out of the house because she smelled like weed, when the real reason you're pushing like this is to avoid talking to me. So, and this is the problem with narcissists and accountability avoidance disorder people, is that they always do the same thing, which is they ditch the date to stick the person they went on a date with the bill. And we can see this what happened with her dad. So, right, yeah, he is the majority owner of the house. And it is within his rights to kick his sister out of the house. But he has to follow the protocols, not just whim. She's been living there for years. Even if she's paying no rent, he has to give her 30 days notice. Besides which, remember, there was never any conflict between us. I never had a conversation with the guy. I was just saying, I was talking to the dad. I threw out, you'd think, Archangel, you would think surely that would be the case. I guarantee you it's not. That's why this is playing out this way. Because he knew if Rachel is smelling like weed, not getting in any trouble now. Now the narrative's changed, right? She's doing it brazenly, happily doing it. And he was on their side with this anti-pot angle. And he liked to use it to hammer on Rachel. Well, that opportunity's gone now. In fact, she received a box full of weed for me, you know? So it doesn't matter why he doesn't want that. It doesn't matter, Archangel, because I'm not asking for anything except to be included in a process of which I am naturally and absolutely a part, namely the movement of Rachel from that house to this one. Remember that it's not religion. No, it's because he's a shit bag, I guess. I don't know why. I mean, I think it's because he has accountability avoidance disorder. And when you have accountability avoidance disorder, it means you have broken your growth engine. You are not optimizing it all. You are unable to grow. You are unable to become to fulfill your duties as a moral agent. You're stagnant. And so as a consequence, you become bitter and wicked and spiteful and awful. But mostly what all of that is, it seems bitter and hateful and spiteful and awful and all stuff, is what is their prime directive. It is not to avoid it when reality and expectations don't align. It's to avoid accountability. They don't ever want to be held to account. That's their strategy to never having to deal with the disalignment. Archangel, she doesn't behave any differently after smoking weed any more than I do. It's the same thing. Look, do I behave differently after smoke this? She doesn't either. And besides which, she doesn't behave in any way that impacts him at all. It's not like she's loud. It's not like she's in the rest of the house. She's just in her room. It's not like she's using a bunch of their shit. It's not like she's in his way or anything, or playing music loud or anything like that. Archangel, Countess, okay. Your perception on that is utterly fucking irrelevant because she smokes just as much weed now. Are you still seeing it now? Smokes just as much, maybe a little less, you know? So is she crazy? You're seeing it now? Is she crazy now? No, Countess, don't go there because you're fucking wrong and you're pissing me off. No, well, what I'm saying is this, Horse Mumbler, that If he were to abruptly call the cops right now and say, get her out of here, she would say, I'm not unwilling to leave. You haven't given me any notice. You haven't talked. He hadn't talked to her at all. He hadn't talked to her and he hadn't talked to me. He's just talked to the dad, right? No, you're supposed to not lie to pander yourself. The point is, you live in a place where they make marijuana illegal and think it's a drug and stuff like that. And you ignore all the data that's in front of you about me smoking marijuana, and you say that it makes Rachel crazy. Well, the fact is that Rachel's mental health is not at issue here and is not relevant to anything. If her behavior were bad, in other words, if her behavior impacted her brother at all, that would be relevant. You're right. That's why I addressed that. What if she behaves like a lunatic? She doesn't behave like a lunatic in any sense. Her behavior doesn't impact her brother at all. I already addressed that. So even if you were correct about seeing some sort of, in her eyes, she looked a little more crazy or something, you cannot point to a single example of her looking or acting or doing anything lunatic except during the brief fugue state. So that's why it's not a fucking joke, Archangel, because you're not thinking and because you're talking shit about marijuana and mental health, even though I've already cleared up that issue entirely with the video. You didn't address anything I said in the video. And the fact that those are the salient points and the determinant points means I don't want to hear your fucking bullshit, okay? You don't know anything about the subject. You're totally wrong. I have been smoking weed since I was 14 years old, and Rachel's been smoking weed for decades as well. And even if it were linked to it, no, it doesn't matter, guys. Look, you guys are okay. I need to stop looking at the chat for a second so I can finish this story because you're missing the whole fucking point anyway. So, fact is, Rachel's done nothing that he can possibly say is a reasonable harm to him at all, of any sort whatsoever. She hasn't bothered him, anything like that. That's the facts. So, he's arbitrarily decided to kick her out all of a sudden because she smelled like pot. Not for any other reason. Okay, not because pot's bad, not because she smelled like it, and it was an arbitrary thing he could jump on to pull the trigger on this. Why did he so desperately want to pull the trigger? I'm trying to negotiate this next couple of months. In fact, when I got on the phone with Dad, I was like, listen, I can't be having this shit where people are blowing up and freaking out because Rachel smoked pot outside. They can suck it, you know? There's no reason for them to choose to ontologically assault her when it doesn't do anything to them. It's like, if I see Archangel putting on perfume, I don't freak out about it because I smelled a little bit of flowery smell and make a big ass fucking deal of it. I've obviously immediately, as soon as I complain about it at all, created more negative impacts than I've incurred. Is that a fucking joke, Archangel? No, it's not a joke. It's the truth. So stop misinterpreting. Stop interpreting shit that I don't say. If it's relevant, I'll include it, for God's sake. You're like, well, maybe I already said there's absolutely no reason. I'm providing you the exact, concrete, objective truth about it. She's done nothing to him at all. In fact, he hasn't even said anything to her to accuse her of doing anything. He hasn't talked to me. I said, when I talked to the dad, right? Okay, Dad's like, well, she's got to go for no particular reason. Okay, fine. No problem. He's the owner. It's his right. All that kind of stuff. So how about 4 to 6 months? Okay, well, he took that time frame to the brother and then tried to sneak past me. In other words, told Rachel quickly, no, we're going to move you out of here right now. Don't tell her. Talk to Eric. What? I thought we had an arrangement last night where we were talking that we were going to be like this. If you didn't like the time frame, all you have to do is what? Talk to me. I'd be happy to move it back. So, hate to stick him with the bill. Because what ended up happening with all of this? Rachel's dad is so worried about Anthony being mad that he is willing to spend his money to rent Rachel a place out here for a couple of months in order to give me a chance to get the ducks in the row. And the thing is, we probably wouldn't even need that to happen. But I can't even figure out if we do need it to happen because I can't have the conversation with the people I need to have it with, namely the brother as well. If in fact the brother's position is, no, she must leave immediately, that's it. Well, then what he's done is he's ditched the date and he stuck his dad with the bill. In other words, he won't be accountable for his actions, which would involve talking to me. Probably wouldn't even cost him any money. So he makes his dad spend a bunch of money to avoid talking to me. That's exactly what happened. Anthony Lapalosa spends a shit ton of money. Makes his dad spend a shit ton of money so that Anthony can avoid a conversation with me. So that's what I call accountability avoidance syndrome. There's no excuse for it. You know, of course, I have to carry Anthony's cowardice too, because like I have to endure with these angry feelings. I'm upset because I don't get to actually talk to the person who's guilty of wrongdoing. What type of the brother? The type with my foot up his ass? What am I going to do to push his hand? It's very simple. I took Rachel's dad's deal. So he's going to support Rachel's housing expense, cover out Rachel's housing expense out here for a couple of months. But by the time a month or so is over, I'm sure we'll be living here again. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take a trip to New York to visit her father. And because you see, here's the thing. Rachel's incurred a lot of injustice over the years from her brother and her mother, and especially, and her father has been bullied by the two, mother and brother, into basically, you know, oppressing Rachel on their behalf because he doesn't know how to do anything but be the general for these evil forces. So there's injustice on the flow, and I intend to get justice. Now, when we do go visit her father, who I like and respect for he's had a hard time of it. You know, it's like there aren't many people like me in the world. There's not many people like me, right? Most people are subject to some kind of intimidation, gaslighting, moving, or whatever. Most people are within a narcissist's population of possible targets. A few people are really hard targets, but there are very few people like me who narcissists spot me a mile away and run in the other direction. I have never talked to Anthony. I did speak like maybe one word on the phone with him many months ago, but I've never talked to him. All I want is to discuss logistics of moving his sister out of his house. I'd be happy to hear what his interests are so I can facilitate it, make it go faster. I wasn't even concerned about this sort of big justice thing until he created the need for me to look into it, right? Wait a second, your brother did what? He threatened him with what? You know, it's like when he's screaming at his father and threatening violence, then you know you're dealing with somebody who's really in a panic at that moment. He's really in a panic that he might lose complete control over this situation. And, you know, it's like, well, hey, son, this is how I imagine the conversation goes from the dad. Hey, son, you know, there's no reason why we need to push Rachel out right this second. I mean, after all, she's leaving for LA on the 18th, and it'll just be a couple months, and then she'll be gone. And the son going like, I will fucking, this is my house. Of course, all I want to do is have a conversation about how I can facilitate the move. I wasn't going in to have a conversation. Initially, I got a call from Rachel, and Rachel does not call me and say, Eric, I need to talk to you right now. Or I got a thing from, can we talk soon? I do not get that unless it's absolutely an emergency. I wouldn't get anything of the sort. And so I got on the phone and started hearing about all this shit. And so prior to, of course they will. No, the thing is, Hambone, when I'm mad at somebody, I want to see them. I want to see as much of them as I possibly can until I get all of my fucking problems resolved with it. Anyway, he goes ballistic because he smells weed on Rachel, his 35-year-old sister, and kicks her out of the house forthwith, although she is still there at the moment. And I went from a relatively nice conversation with Rachel's dad, in which we had a clear time frame, and we were going to just sort of work together to make sure this goes smoothly, to Rachel sharing a text with me from her dad to her saying, okay, get started to move, blah, blah, blah. And of course, that's dad trying to help the brother force this thing through real quick before Eric can get involved. Not going to happen. So Eric did get involved, and so now what it's doing, instead of force this thing through real quick so Eric doesn't get involved, it's here. I'll pay. The person who's once again being forced to do this other guy's bidding will pay from my resources, you a couple of $1,000s or so or more, in order so that you won't force us to have a conversation with you right now. I shit you not. So, yeah, fine. Narcissist, you forced your dad to spend several $1,000s so that I would peaceably agree to not having a conversation. Fine. That's what I mean by ditching a date and sticking them with the bill. The bill is that fucktard needs to have a conversation with me. The ditching is I won't. It doesn't matter how much it hurts my dad, how much it hurts my sister, how much it hurts me on the big picture, because, of course, here I am getting madder and madder about it. The thing is, somebody said, that's good, your anger will be cooled down by then. The fuck it will. It's simmering. There's definitely going to be the case that, he's going to arrive someplace in New York relatively soon when we go to New York for a visit with father and to visit my relatives in Virginia and stuff, which probably be a combined trip, fairly big trip. There will be multiple occasions where he turns the corner and there I am. Camera running. Hi, Anthony. Been avoiding this conversation for a long time. I am here and we're going to have it now. Or you're going to run away like a little coward. Go ahead, run. Or you're going to punch me like an idiot and you're going to go to jail. You choose. And if they try to push past me, just keep following them. Hey, cat. And you're going to fucking taunt the living shit out of them in front of as many people as possible. Good. I want to challenge their entire existence, their fantasy, because I'm going to either fix the problem or break it forever. Setting any sort of boundary with the narcissist is going to induce a narcissistic rage. Good. I want to induce that. I'm going to break him or fix him. At the absolute worst, there is really no benefit left other than the fantasy they built for themselves. So then that fantasy will be crushed into dust. Because I will go to the basketball game for which he's a coach of and say, Anthony, since you've been so diligent about avoiding me, I had to come here to your basketball game to have this conversation with you right now before the game while you're trying to coach your kids about your narcissistic behavior and your shameful kicking out of your... He want that? That's what he's going to get. Why? Is it because I'm trying to bully people and push them around by threatening with public blah, blah? No. It's because he's trying to stick me with the bill. He's trying to stick his dad with the bill. That's why. That I won't let that happen. That I don't let the thief steal things does not make me a bad guy for being mean to the thief. Makes me a fighter for justice and truth and goodness. Well, Jerry like the mouse, that's the thing, is the timetable of getting her away from here. I mean, that's why I took that deal. Okay, yeah, sure, I will take that. If you're going to offer to pay for a couple months of her housing here in California so we can be together sooner, even before we're actually technically living together, yeah, I'll take that deal. Sure, I'll avoid having a conversation with him until she's gone from there, right? Then, but see, that's the thing. This doesn't help him, He didn't help himself here at all. He created all the ammunition that I'm now using against him by being a coward. And and he created the situation where he's going to have to be like a hunted man, always in fear that I'm going to show up somewhere and unmask his nonsense. So he's either going to face his fear and get better, or I will break him. Fair enough. Totally fair. When people have accountability avoidance disorder, the only way to solve that is to hold them publicly accountable. I mean, that's the thing. I don't create any of my own monsters, right? I was not looking for any trouble about this. I had no idea there was going to be any trouble. I already had a plan in place that was perfectly reasonable. But just because it would have required him to deal with me some, he decided to figure out a way to avoid that by shoving this through real quick and getting it done real quick so that before anyone can really say anything or anything, it's over. Too bad, because, of course, as soon as it became clear that Rachel's dad was trying to slip this thing past me in the middle of the night, or sort of shipped out there before I had a chance to get involved in the thing, I said, okay, Rachel, that's it. Zero cooperation. Make them actually call the cops and throw you actually out on the street in handcuffs. Don't worry, you'll be fine. I'll come get you. You'll be fine. But make them do that because I want them to, they don't get to do evil that looks better than it is. I'm not going to allow that. Nobody does. Not you, him. Yeah, well, I don't know what his monster is or whatever. I never even talked to the guy. There's no reason to be so terrified of me, except if somebody is that terrified of me, it is an extremely bright red flag that they're a narcissist. I have had this experience multiple times before. People who have accountability avoidance disorder are terrified of me. I will hear a lot in response, Eric, you're the one who never wants to be wrong. You can't be accountable for shit. That is an absolute false, lying bullshit thing. I am wrong frequently enough. I acknowledge it frequently enough. I am ashamed of myself frequently enough, more frequently than I'd like to be. And when I am, I do things like I make videos saying, I am sorry. It was wrong of me. And here's why I was wrong. And I apologize. And if I need to make some sort of other amend, I would if absolutely necessary, I may be able to help more after I watch this later because I was unclear on some of the details. But one underrated thing I think is that having the truth and having a way to communicate it in a way people are receptive to are two different things. Here's the other thing, Matthew. The most important job I have here is to make Rachel feel as though justice has been attained and the persistent state of unfair injustice that she's endured for quite a long time now, that the karmic burden has been, the karmic debt has been paid by her brother and her mother probably and stuff like that, It's very evident to me just how much of a clusterfuck of bullshit it's been over there. And so if Rachel feels as though justice has been attained, then I've achieved my outcome. I don't need to actually communicate to that guy. But I think that, of course, now he's pissed me off too. So now he's crossed me as well as Rachel. So, that is very much the classic invading Russia in winter move to intentionally make an adversary of me where there was none, to intentionally go out of your way to avoid me so desperately that you make an enemy of me before you even talk to me at all. That is the textbook invading Russia in the dead of winter. It is the worst move you can ever possibly make. There is a single law, physical law of the universe. You've got laws of thermodynamics, right? This is of an equivalent axiomatic level. And the law is pretty simple. It says, don't fuck with Eric. Don't fuck with Eric. It applies to the birds, the bees, the flowers, the trees, and even and especially the Anthonys. And that's the thing. I have no idea, except for the obvious, which is I know how he acts. I know how he acts around his dad, how he acts towards Rachel based on what happened here. I know that my assessment of him is correct based on the fact that his father didn't dispute any of the things all the shit talking. His father knows. His father knows. So, why does her brother hate me? Or why does the brother hate her? I don't think he does hate her. I think he would have been happy to have her there for as long as he could use his authority, his superior position in the matter to let him boss her around and shit. then he would have been happy to torture her indefinitely with a bunch of rules she has to follow and opportunities to get angry at her at a moment's notice. He's always looking for something to get angry at. He would have loved that. But instead, now he can't be the autocrat, the scumbag anymore. So now he realized, oh shit, not only can I not be that anymore, but Eric's coming. So Eric, aren't you one of the worst people to have an argument with? Right. So don't have an argument with me. I'm looking to have a conversation of mutual win-win positive results. I'm not looking to have an argument. If we are having an argument, I'm looking to have a purposeful argument where we actually figure out where each of us is wrong specifically so we can stop being in disagreement about things. On this thing, on the logistics topic, I was just looking to find out, well, how important is it for him to get her out sooner or later? Just basic sort of normal logistics questions. And the addressing of those at all, which started to bring me in to like, okay, so now Eric's going to, okay, so yeah, okay, great. 4 6 months. I'd love to sit down and have a conversation with you and your son. We'll do that. We'll have a conversation with you, me, and Anthony about and Rachel about Manatee Meow, right? Well, Dad went back there to Anthony's. My hypothesis is he said, okay, so here's the time frame. Anthony's like, okay. He said, so Eric wants to sit down and talk with us. And the fuck, he's not involved in this. He doesn't have anything to do with it. She's leaving right now. That. I bet you that happened. So that wasn't my conversation starter, Matthew. My conversation starter was like, okay, so here's my initial thought is 4 to 6 months. Is that going to be a reasonable time frame, or you want her out there sooner? We can talk about how, like, when I can get stuff, blah, 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 blah. Okay, do you hear what I'm saying, Matthew? Did you hear what I just said? That's how the conversation, I wanted to start the conversation. That was the conversation I wanted to have. And then what happened? My wanting to have a conversation about basic shit blew up into a fight about weed because the narcissist created a problem so that he could force the matter now to avoid having a conversation with me. That's what the fuck happened. But consider that everyone has that same don't fuck with Eric thing going on in their own head, only with their own name in place of Eric, and they don't see themselves as the villain implying. Right, but the thing is this. My point is literally don't fuck with Eric. Not like Eric's here, I'm boss, listen to me. I'm dealing with everybody as a real person. Honestly, wanting to be equals, not ever looking for discord between us, but looking for productive discourse at all times. Sometimes, on occasion, that productive discourse involves you taking responsibility for something. Not always, hopefully not. I'm not looking to catch people in fucking bullshit. I'm not looking to find somebody whose chops to bust. This shit is thrust upon me. I didn't call myself saying, my brother's freaking out over what? So what did you do? Is that you had a smell? Wait, so he didn't like the way you smelled? So he's freaking out and threatening violence and kicking you out of the house? I mean, doesn't he smoke cigars? Yeah. Okay, so, I mean, it's like, that guy smells like tobacco sometimes. Why would that be so much more okay than smelling like weed? She didn't smoke it in the house. She didn't smoke it. She didn't blow it in his face. She smoked it outside and walked inside. He thought, aha, you smoked weed in the house, because he's looking to jump on that shit at all times, right? But he was wrong. She'd just come inside from outside, where she'd gone outside to smoke because he's such a prick about the whole thing. So, bottom line is, he got what he wanted. he's not going to have a conversation with me until after Rachel leaves New York. He bought it. But we're not actually all the way there. Because okay. The other thing is, so you see, he wants to kick her out, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, fine. Listen, she's leaving there on the 18th. She won't be back after that. That's it. Won't be back. That's gone. She's gone forever. So Dad's like, yeah, but I really think it's best if we find another place for her between now and the 18th. It's less than 2 weeks away. Yeah, the tension's really high. Well, what exactly is Rachel doing to provoke anything? Nothing. She's not being accused of doing anything. She's not being accused of being a difficult housemate. She's not being accused of being disrespectful. She's not being accused of anything. So why is it so urgent that he get her out of there? That he can't have her there for even another 13 days? Well, because for as long as she's there, conversations about things go through me unavoidably. Dad's talking to me, then Dad talks to his son, then Dad talks to me, then Dad talks to his son. And, I pointed out that Dad's being his general. In other words, he's making sure that his son gets what he wants, and he's not making sure I get what I want. But in other words, he's so making sure his son gets what he wants that he would give me something else I want of greater value so that he doesn't have to give me what I do want, which is a conversation with this fucker. I doubt he will speak with me willingly, Jerry. I am certain he will speak with me, or he will hear me speaking to him. I am certain that he will understand that the consequences of ongoing avoidance are worse than a conversation, but he may still not do so. Cloud, preserving your semen will lead to prostate problems. If you consider that a huge benefit, then you go for it. There's only one thing that preserving your semen is so stupid, Cloud. It's just like that. Talk about third slot NI run amok. ISTP Steve Jobs. Not intuitive. Think stupid ass shit like that. Ridiculous. Huh. I mean, that would actually make even more sense regarding that stupidity. I guess it's true that an ENFJ is more likely to be that particular kind of stupid than an ISTP. Yeah, Cloud, I know. There were plenty of stupid ancient Buddhists, too. I'm not saying that ancient Buddhists were never stupid. God. Look, it's very straightforward. Rachel's coming to live with me forever. It could play out naturally, and there wouldn't be any conflict. And Anthony would have to be held a little teeny bit to account by me for a couple of things here and there. Or he could create this clusterfuck of bad behavior, which gives me all the ammunition I need for no reason except he's terrified to be held accountable even a teeny bit. And, somebody said here recently, I'll go over that too in a second, Matthew. Okay, so actually let me address this right now. Matthew says this: 4 out of videos be personal life issues related. The thing is, it's probably accurate right now for the last since the Nekio Loins incident, or I guess maybe a little prior to that. It's probably been 4 out of 5 of the total minutes, maybe. If maybe that. Thing is, it's inaccurate to say my videos are related to a topic, because right now the topic of this video is the topics of my videos. And briefly, the topic of this video was Steve Jobs. And also the topic of this video was why you shouldn't preserve your semen. There's so many reasons. But it is bad for your prostate. If you're talking about actual physical impacts, Cloud, it is bad for your prostate. So you don't want to do that. Right, Cloud, stupid guy that changed history and created a giant company in 20. Cloud, I hate to be the one to point out the obvious here, but you're talking about Apple. Like, let's make shit dumber and worse, and charge more for it. Apple. That's what you're talking about. The guy who made Apple, the company that says, let's make shit dumber and worse and charge more for it. How is that good? Also, let's make it dumber, worse, charge more for it, and make it contrary to the fundamentally communicative nature of the thing. Okay, fine, Cloud. Apple revolutionized computers, phones, and MP3s. You know, it's a great Pixar. Okay, well, I don't doubt that Steve Jobs was very successful. I'm not disputing that. He was very successful. Probably, you know, I mean, he's definitely, he had like impact smarts. In other words, he had good attainment, good results, but that usually is contraindicative of intelligence, actually. No, I'm not saying it's easy to create Apple. What? You don't listen to words at all. Did I ever say it's easy to create Apple? No. Why would you conclude I thought that? I didn't say anything of the sort. You just pull shit out of random air? They're trying to induce aneurysm. Technically accurate and wholly irrelevant. And the thing is, their NI normally has some sense of relevancy, but when you're arguing with them, they're trying to use a fourth slot TI, and that means sort of sacrificing their second slot for a second, and they're a nightmare. It's like, no. When you argue with them. Now, normally, the only time you argue with an ENFJ is if you're trying to explain to them why their stupid unsolicited advice is wrong. So, Cloud, again, remember, I asked you a question. I never said anything of the sort about it being easy to make Apple or anything. And yet you said, so you were saying it's easy to create Apple. I'm curious, where did you get that notion from? Because I said nothing of the sort at all. So from what wildly not meaning that thing did you deduce that thing? Yeah. I said Apple generally has a shitty impact on the computer universe, making things more proprietary, shittier, slower, dumber. So how did you conclude from that I would think making Apple was easy? Those are totally unrelated concepts. I'm just trying to figure out, like, explain your cognitive processes to me when you did that. Right, your main point was all right, let's see here. No, you said specifically, Cloud, that he changed history. My point is the change wasn't a good change. The overall change was making the metaphysical ecosystem more proprietary, dumber, slower, and worse. Now, granted, the initial Apple, way back in the day, Apple II, the first Apple Macintosh, those were revolutionary products. That's true. But that doesn't represent the... I didn't say you said Apple was moral. You said it changed history. I said it changed it for the worse. Those points are not exclusive of each other. I'm conceding your point that yes, he changed history, and I'm adding on to it. He changed it for the worse. And then you concluded that I must have said it was easy for him to make Apple. I'm trying to see how did you get from A to B there? He doesn't. No, I mean, Matthew, Kimberly gets under my skin like no one. She made me super, super angry. Cloud, he's interesting. I want him to answer these questions. I'm actually trying to figure out his cognition right now. Like, I want to understand how he does get to this conclusion. Like, there's some way in his head when the stuff I say, he thinks he's sort of like, and in a nutshell, this means, yeah. So I want to actually know what his cognitive process is. What's the link story to get him from what I said to it must be easy to make Apple? Yeah, just because I think something has a negative net impact doesn't mean I think it was easy to create. But I'm just whatever about that. I'm just saying, it's got to be some sort of associative thing. Like there's something that you associate with. Is it because it's making it worse? So since it's hard to make the thing good, making it worse must be easier. Is that the logic? I think that might be the logic. Actually, Justin Salisbury, you make a really good point. Everyone talks about Steve Jobs being an asshole. I thought he's probably an ISTP. Maybe he just wasn't ejaculating. No, you said to me, Cloud, you said, so you're saying, referring to Eric, so Eric is saying it was easy to make the company, right? That's what you said, right? Over your exact words. So you're saying, I'm curious how you concluded that I was saying that. Well, Cloud, you said to me, Eric, quote, so you're saying it was easy to make Apple. I'm trying to find out what I said that caused you to conclude that. You're not sure? Okay. I'm not sure. I suspect it's like, I'm trying to figure out kind of like, I mean, that's obviously a symptom of TI polar, I guess, or yeah, it's a symptom of TI polar. Words don't really mean anything specific, but they have some kind of level of specificity. So there's some sort of equivalence that allowed him to conflate what I said with meaning something very different, namely that it was easy to make Apple because I was critiquing that I was adding to his point about them changing history. I was saying, yeah, I may have changed history, but mostly bad changes, I would say. Well, he mistook that, I guess, as contradicting him. And then, I don't know. It's hard to understand TI polar. It's weird. Well, I'm trying to understand what it looks like to have TI polar. Okay, but did you hear? I'm asking you to do a little metacognition, Cloud. Can you please explain to me what exactly did I say that that caused you to make the mistake of thinking I had said something else? Can you help me understand if there's is there some order to it, or is it completely random? Is it an associative link? Is it a memory link? Like that kind of thing. Okay. Never mind. Because you constantly update it, which makes it slower, which makes you want to buy a new Apple. Yeah, Apple can smoke my schmapple. You know what I'm saying? If Apple's on my schmapple, then I wouldn't want cheese. If Apple's on my schmapple, then I wouldn't want cheese. If Apple's not my schmapple, then I wouldn't want cheese. Okay, let's talk about something other than Apple, which is dumb topic. It's boring. Dumb and boring, a boring topic. Nobody loves the boring one. Dumb and boring, the boring topic. Dumb and boring, the boring one. So you can really see how important it is that we use language for what it's supposed to be used for. I suspect that the reason why somebody like Anthony or Nikki O'Loins or Space's girlfriend, the reason they are doing that shit, or my ex-boss, Laura Lynn, she was a narcissist who fucked me over and then ran and hid and wouldn't it totally avoided any kind of conversation with me. As soon as I started pinning her down as being wrong, she fucking freaked out. She has weird little narcissistic breakdown. That was an awful human being. Anyway, so the point is, we as a civilization should get together and say, let's identify these people and let's force them to be accountable. In other words, let's all gather around them socially and make sure. How do you shut down a narcissist? But I'm just saying right now, this is what we need to do. We all need to gather together as a society and say, look, it's enough of these people. They've been avoiding accountability with their bad behavior for such a long time. That's why they're persistent in this behavior, is because they've been able to get away with it. And we can all band together and simply, here's one. Let's go make them sit there and account for themselves then. Let's make them have that moment where they break down, where they literally have this desperate urge to flee, but they can't this time because it's just going to result in more shaming, more and more and more and more, until they finally break and are actually vulnerable, acknowledge their wrongdoing, and no, that's a different Chinese couple. Those people weren't narcissists. They just were fucking crazy. They thought they were going to keep all my money for 6 months for no reason. Not all of it. I mean, look, basically there was this $10,000 that was my money that they needed to give me. And they said, well, we're going to hold on to it in case something happens between now and yeah. Okay, my clients paid that money to me. I'm working with you, and we had this discussion already that because of that, you were going to process the checks. You wanted the checks to be written out to you instead of to Autonomy Debate. I had no preference, so I was like, fine. And then you paid me that total once it was processed. Once it was processed, I've given you a couple, more time than I ought to have given you, a couple of months now. And now I come to you, okay, give me my money now. And they're like, well, we're going to hold it till the end of the year. And this is my money, my clients. They're paying me to coach them. I am not an employee of your school. You are a partner whose job it is to process these checks and cut me my share. You're going to tell me you're going to keep my share as well as your own share because you're not sure if I'm going to fulfill my end of the bargain. Right? So, they try to give me partial, and it's just ridiculous. It's like, why don't I keep your share in case you don't fulfill your end of the bargain? Like, okay, well, I'm not absolutely sure you're going to always be here to provide rooms for me to the end of the year. So since you both might die, I'm going to keep your share to the end of the year. Then I'll give you your part of the money. It's like, well, why? Good for the goose, good for the gander. Of course, they didn't want to do that, but because they had all the money, it was like possession is 9/10 of the law. But yeah, I got my money, of course. Listen, if somebody has done something wrong and I'm holding them accountable in a legitimate way that's not unethical, not immoral, then I don't give a fuck what happens to them as long as they're held accountable. If they are worth saving, so to speak, the accountability process will make them better and humble and real and check their pride at the door. If they're not worth saving, then hopefully it breaks them entirely. Because no, I will not allow them to control the frame anymore. Worrying about what happens when you shut down a narcissist's evil ways. I'm not worried about what's going to happen to the narcissist, that's for sure. I'm not worried what's going to happen to me because maybe he's going to punch me in the face. Great. Then I get to call the cops. I'm not going to fight back at all. Call the cops, get him arrested, and then the problem solved. What else? Or since the funny farm or whatever. Yeah, I don't care. But you have a choice like everybody else in life. You are not going to be evil by avoiding accountability around me. Your choice is you face the music on my terms or you face the music on our terms. Those are your choices because you created this. I had no interest in doing anything of this. Well, that's why I would like to redefine it as accountability avoidance disorder. That describes the actual behavior. And it makes clear that anytime I'm trying to hold a narcissist accountable and they're running and hiding in terror, then the real problem isn't that they're a narcissist, which is a very loaded word. It's that they have accountability avoidance disorder. They need to be held to account. And I am the person who's been sent by God to do this when it rises up in front of me. I don't go seek it out. I did not seek out Kimberly's narcissist. I did not seek out Rachel's narcissist. I did not seek out the channel narcissists, even if you don't want to call them narcissists. One thing that all of the people that I've had conflict with have in common, the one thing that they all have in common is accountability avoidance disorder. They don't want to have a conversation with me. They think they shouldn't have to. And the problem with this is the reason they should have to is always particular to the circumstances because they've already fucked with me a bunch. So that's why they should have a conversation with me. And when they don't, then they're ditching out on the check and sticking me with it. And what do? You guys pay for it by hearing too much of this kind of ranting, probably, unless you like it a lot, in which case you guys benefit from it. Regardless, you can see what happens when somebody ditches out on a date and sticks them with the check. It's not like the check doesn't get paid. It's that somebody else pays it. So when Neki O'Loins ditched out of my house rather than have a conversation about being a bad house guest, it's not that nobody got to incur my wrath. It's that everybody got to incur my wrath. When that backfired on me and she turned my talking to the internet against me successfully for the first time, I really kind of lost the framing round there. At that point, hold on, Matthew, I'll get to that in a second. At that point, I just withdrew. I figured I lost. I don't always win. But, of course, karma's a bitch. And out of the blue, I say one little thing. She way overreacts. And now it's cut and dry. There's no disputing the fact that she was a scoundrel the whole time. She's the one who's willing to email my dad and bother him just to get at me. She's the one who's willing to tear my family apart just to get me, just to hurt me, not to do anything for her purposes. She doesn't care if I'm talking about her. She doesn't want to silence me. She does want to stuff cotton in everyone else's ears. But the point is, it took a while, but she became unmasked as well. Tori, accountability avoidance disorder. She doesn't want to talk to me. She won't be held accountable. Why am I the accountability bringer? So here's the thing. When I crash into your car and break it, and you come to me and go, hey, you need to pay me for my broken car. Well, what are you, the who has to pay for whatever, please? Do I have to pay for this burger over here? Do I have to pay for that bicycle over there? But you just decide willy-nilly what I have to pay for? No, the reason you're telling me I have to pay for your car is because I crashed into it. All of these people crashed into me. None of them did I go seek out somebody to bust. I am the accountability bringer because people periodically crash into me and think they're going to get away with it without getting held accountable. And I don't let that happen. I certainly don't go seek out people to bust. And it's also the case that when I crash into other people, I practice what I preach. I am accountable. I don't run and hide. When I'm wrong, I hear the people who say, you are wrong. See what I'm saying, Matthew? So it might seem like I'm sort of taking on this sheriff of the world thing. No, I am not seeking out people to hold accountable. They are running into me, running afoul of me, and my basic fundamental expectation that everybody be decent and behave decent and uphold basic moral standards means that when I encounter evil in the world, it's a battle. We got a battle on our hands all of a sudden. It just happens that way. So my point is, I retract ever calling any of these people a narcissist. I totally retract it. And the reason is because today I realized a better way to talk about them. All of these people have demonstrated on multiple occasions accountability avoidance disorder, which is simply defined as the repeated and pathological avoidance of accountability, even when it appears to run afoul of their interests. So, and I think that is really the core engine of any sort of disorder like narcissism or what's the other one, like histrionic behavior, BPD, whatever, all those things. The fundamental engine of them all is a inability. What's broken is their self-growth and repair mechanism. So each of us has within us an optimization drive. The optimization drive is the thing that critiques the self and adjusts to be better. The optimization drive is the thing that says, am I really being fair? Am I really right? The optimization drive is the thing that says, but how do they feel about it? Let me put myself in their shoes, the FI thing. The optimization drive is the thing that says, I need to remember that person feels excluded. I want to include them and stuff. The optimization drive is the part of the self that wants to be a better human being tomorrow than today. When the optimization drive has broken, it gets replaced with, I would like to attain more symbols of success tomorrow than today. And it's not based on anything real. So there is no sense of better or worse human being. There's just a sense of more or fewer points you can score. The reason why people make this linkage is because sometime in childhood, they link the repair process itself, the repair and optimization process itself, namely that process of self-critiquing and accepting criticism and throwing yourself on the mercy of the court occasionally and realizing you need to turn over a new leaf and all that kind of growth stuff, right? At some point in childhood, that growth stuff, that engine of repair and optimize became linked to a prime directive violation. So in other words, it got associated such that process itself, the repair and optimization process, created prime directive violations instead of reducing them over time. In other words, that's the association anyway. So, and that would explain better than anything else why somebody like Ekio Loins or Lori McSpace or Laura Lynn, my former boss, stupid woman, awful woman, horrible. Now you'll note I don't include Kimberly in this. Kimberly is definitely somebody who had the equivalent kind of a thing, an accountability avoidance disorder. But it manifests as it was weird because I would be able to have it. I'd be physically in the room talking to her. She just avoided by not ever addressing what I was saying, not caring what I was saying, not answering my questions, shit like that, just sort of provoking me. I wouldn't call her quite having avoidance, accountability avoidance disorder because she wasn't entirely incapable of accountability. It was just very, very hard for her. And we were able to make some progress on a few occasions. She's a little better than she was before and stuff like that, you know. Yeah, it's usually the result of childhood trauma. But my point is that the particular kind of childhood trauma in this instance is probably one that links that growth and optimization process to, instead of being the answer to in the process by which one handles one's own mistakes, it becomes seen as a vulnerable area. In other words, you go, well, let me do some self-critique. And if you do a little self-critique and offer it up, and the other person uses your own self-critique against you and doubles down with it and says, aha, here's the ammunition I can use against you. In other words, if your offering up of self-critique is, instead of being rewarded with, that's great how you're growing, it's used against you, then you have accountability avoidance disorder. And so what needs to be done with people who have accountability avoidance disorder is they basically need to be desensitized to being accountable. So they need to practice, and probably to a certain extent have to be cajoled into this, to need to practice hearing critiques, accepting them graciously, acknowledging them, and then being firm for that process and having some time spent talking about how that shows growth in this area. And this makes you a better person for having done that, and see how rewarding that is. So you can build those associations between accepting critique, making changes, and being rewarded for it. So it's like for somebody like Rachel's brother, before we could even begin to dream of doing something like that, he has to be broken or decide to cooperate. Like, I mean, obviously, from what I can tell, it's a fairly severe case because he blew this shit up before we'd even spoken a word, right? To avoid even speaking a word. That's, I mean, that's like you got a Geiger counter, you know, over there, over there. You point it towards that, and it goes boom, blows up in your hands. You're like, what the? So anyway, I would like to get rid of the word narcissist in this community's conversation the best I can. I'll continue using it by accident. I'm certainly not telling you what to do, but I want to use the words accountability avoidance disorder, which is my own made-up name for what I think is the most accurate description of what we see as a common denominator in people who are enemies of me. They all have accountability avoidance disorder. Now, Matthew has pointed out that, listen, nobody has a responsibility to talk to you, Eric. And who made you the accountability boss? And who's your accountability boss? That's getting, you got the whole frame wrong if you're thinking like that. We all are accountable. We are. Who's Force Ken? Who's Spit MC? I hid the user's videos, messages. Force Ken. Yeah, I got rid of you. Sorry. Eric, you still like doing 10 hours early working aboard. Well, I have a debate tournament tomorrow morning, and it lasts more or less all day. Fortunately, they have a dysfunctional family dynamic. It sounds like Rachel is a scapegoat. Right. Exactly. That she mentioned the same things, Sandy. Well, the golden child is going to have his gold tarnished and revealed to be fool's gold in a moment. I mean, in a moment, over the coming months and years. So, what we're going to do is turn that table around entirely until he can be accountable like a big boy. And I have zero sympathy. Self-awareness is the cure of narcissism and ego. Okay, well, I'm not interested so much in curing it. I'm interested in disallowing it to run away any further. To make it sit there and face public scrutiny, me, him, in front of a bunch of people. Because that's the only thing to cure these things. If the only cure for accountability avoidance disorder is the light of day. Remember, again, I don't go seeking out people to force to hold to account. These people have crashed into me. They have come across me and been a problem. Hey, look, it's Cloud's precious flower. Just now, Eric, you said we all need to be accountable. What if somebody argued that I don't agree with the contract? Then, which contract? That question gives me. Rewrite your question or something. That question. It doesn't make any sense, or it doesn't give me enough information or something. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Sam Harris, I think, is an INFJ. Yeah, I typed him as such. Hi, CJ O'Connell. Did you bring your O or your CJ Connell today? He's got that weird NI hypnotized look. Well, he's so careful in his delivery to make sure that he's TI, and you can see that it's a very serious endeavor for him because it's third slot. He's got great third slot TI, This boner just keeps sitting here because I can't seem to smoke it because I am yeti man. I really want to hear your question, Ken Christian Summer for you, but I need to understand it better. His accountability type? Oh, look, here's the thing. Accountability avoidance disorder doesn't even mean avoiding punishment, avoiding whatever. It means you don't even want to have a conversation ever about your role in anything. What if the person said, I don't want to agree with that we all need to be accountable? Okay, well, right now that person has nothing to be accountable to me for. They haven't wronged me in any way. They haven't fucked up. Here's the thing. I'm not really that interested in the universals about this. Go ahead and have accountability avoidance disorder. Just don't have it near me. I've explained to you what's wrong with the notion that you should be able to embrace that as an acceptable approach to life, though, because it's the same thing as ditching your date to make them pick up the check. So let's say Ken Chris Summer you're having a good time on the date, but you decided by the end of it, I'm not going to sleep with this dude. I'm not going to really want to go out with him again. So you just ditch when you had already agreed ahead of time to go Dutch on the dinner or whatever, and you make him pay the whole bill that way. That's what accountability avoidance disorder does in life. And the example is Rachel's brother ditched the responsibility to have a conversation with me about basic logistics regarding moving her out of the house and basic rules regarding how she will be treated there, like, okay, so let's talk about this smoking pot in the room thing. Let's just talk about it. I'm not mad. We don't have to be mad. I'm just trying to find out. So that's that's what I was, I wanted to have that kind of conversation. And my point is that in order to avoid that conversation, Rachel's brother used anger and threats and bullying to basically delegate the task to his dad with a results only kind of ultimatum. Like, I'm not going to talk to him. You get the results I want, kind of a thing. And so what ended up happening? Well, Rachel's dad is going to pay for a couple of months of housing for Rachel out here until, California near me, until I can get my ducks in a row and get all the housing shit set up over here for me. And of course, that deal prioritizes some things that are more important to me than shining the light of day on Rachel's brother in the company of Rachel and Rachel's father, so that Rachel has her justice, which she well deserves. But we let them buy a what's it called? Like in court when they say, okay, you have some more time now. What is that called in court when they do that? It's called a continuance. A continuance. All right, so they bought a continuance. They did not buy this going away, but Rachel's dad did buy the solution he needed, which was there was no way I was not going to get what I wanted out of this unless somebody was offering me something that I wanted more in exchange for it. And so, fine, that wins that. I'll take that. And I got something I wanted more, but note, I didn't get anything from Rachel's brother, and he's the one who needs to be accountable. And Rachel's father, on this cup, that's not a green stain. These are brown stains, King Krishna Sarmapagu. There are no green stains on this. It's just the yellow of my shirt kind of reflecting on it a little bit. Makes it look maybe a little green. I just want to stress, all of these stains are brown, okay? Or tan, I guess you'd say. There's not really any greenish hue to any of them. And that makes them clean. So King Krishna Sarmapagu rightly pointed out that if there's a green stain on your cup, it's time to clean that cup. However, thorough perusal of the cup revealed some important data. This cup only has brown stains. You're done. Who's Fit MC anyway? So one of the greatest things about the nature of the arguments I'm making is it's really difficult to win them. You might try to come in here and make a bunch of random accusations about somebody and say, see, I'm doing what you're doing, Eric, except no, this is my YouTube channel. If you want to make a bunch of random accusations, do it on your YouTube channel, right? So you're not doing what I'm doing. Like here, I'm going to email your dad and reveal a bunch of secrets about you, Eric, to your dad. There, I'm doing the same thing you're doing. No, you're not doing the same thing I'm doing because I'm trying to have a conversation with you and you're refusing to have that conversation. So what happens is you've ditched the date now and you've stuck me with the bill. You've left me with this unfairness that you refuse to talk about, right? So let me get Oh, because of what Lucas Coleman just did. I'll explain that in a second, okay? Jesus Christ, there's too many narrative threads here. Let me explain what just happened. So it was not clear. Lucas Coleman came in here to accuse somebody of raping him. See, exactly. I'm way fucking ahead of you, retards. I mean, I'm sorry, John Lukes. I'm sorry, right? So this is what happened. This one person came in with a plan of attack, but as soon as it started happening, I already had intuited out the entire thing. What they were going to do is come in here and make random attacks on somebody, and then say, "See, we're doing the same thing you're doing, Eric. We're pointing out that somebody raped me, and we're making him a pariah on your YouTube channel." I already anticipated and busted the shit out of that right away. That is not the same thing. It's not the same thing at all. I'm talking about shit that happened to me and my girlfriend in my life on my YouTube channel. I am not compelling it onto somebody else's YouTube channel. In fact, I am doing things appropriately. Doesn't mean that things that are totally inappropriate that look similar are the same thing. If people come here and think it's like they probably planned this argument for months, for God's sakes. Somebody came up with, "Oh my God, it's brilliant. It's perfect. It's going to work beautifully." The fucking half second I saw it, I anticipated the whole fucking thing, the whole argument chain, and had it fucking spiked out before they even got it out there. They must feel like, Jesus Christ, is this guy a god or what? How do you like that, Nikki O'Loins? You're not half the ENTP I am if that was you. How you like that, Lori McSpace? You're just dumb. How you like that, meowity meow? Boom! Bam! That's called intuition. Killing it. You like that shit? Pretty impressive, huh? From the first thing I said there, I had anticipated exactly what was going on and spiked that shit out. I already had the answer for it. No problem. Yeah, do it on your own YouTube channel. Like I am. Pew, 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 pew. Can't fucking win that shit. As if, motherfuckers. As fucking if. It's satisfying. Just like my fortune read that Rachel pulled when it said, "You have reached your full powers. Enjoy." I am enjoying. I am enjoying full understanding of why I'm bulletproof argumentationally about what I'm doing. It's totally legitimate. Because first of all, remember, what's a legitimate recourse for anybody else if I talk shit about them on my YouTube channel? They can always talk shit about me on their YouTube channel. Right? Or here's another great recourse for them. They don't have to watch my YouTube channel. Right? Yeah, right now it's ass kicking is a dominant function, taking names is my tool function, putting my foot up their ass is my third function, fuck off is my fourth function. They call me K T P F. They call me a KTPF. Kick ass, take names, put foot in ass, and fuck off. That's my MBTI type. How does role function behave? Role function? Which one is that? 8 or 2? Or 8 or 3? I don't know the Sissionics names. I don't remember their numbers exactly. Yeah, Michael Blowers, host Eric is live multiple times a day. And that is awesome. Right now, the Slavs are cracking a whip at me. You know? I mean, the Slavs are cracking a whip. Remember again, I finished up with that Nikki O'Loins business that resolved satisfactorily and pleasingly and optimizingly, but which was very stressful and intense for a stretch of time anyway. with my dad getting all these emails talking about my drug use. And Nikki Loins was so sure that what was she hoping to do there? Get my dad mad at me or drive a wedge in my family, drive us apart? Whatever her goal was, I mean, it's pretty wicked, The other thing to remember is there's a huge difference in what Becky does and what I do. I'm not contacting anybody and saying, here, I'm making YouTube videos for my own purposes, talking to my own YouTube people, and that's it. Talking about my life. I'm not trying to contact your grandmother and say, here, watch this video that I'm talking about your granddaughter. I'm not trying to contact your friends and family and tell them, don't like this person. I'm not trying to contact your job and tell them, fire this person or anything like that. I'm just talking about my life on the internet. Talking about my life and the shit goes down. It's not my fault that central to my life right now is Rachel's brother avoiding me and refusing to have a conversation and pushing shit towards ridiculous nonsense. That wasn't a reread one. That was a new one, Matthew Alster. That was one Rachel pulled for me and I'd never heard before yesterday. She read it to me. So it's crazy. I mean, we have some magic ass shit going down around here, No, I'm not. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling my oats right now. Like, I feel safe in my own moral agency. It's like, Eric, you can relax. You're not going to do something wicked, which is kind of like this ongoing, lingering just terror that I have. Really, that I'm going to make some kind of bad karma mistake. That I'm going to get, God's foot up my ass, basically. And I really want to avoid that. And there was, for a long time, until this recent Nikki Loins business concluded, and I saw clearly, for probably the first time, the totality of the moral issues surrounding these things, and to the extent to which, why and exactly how and why I was completely right about everything. Namely, what I'm doing is fine. Something like those people coming in here in the chat and imposing their narrative on this live chat is not okay. Why? Because this is my YouTube channel. Right? Big difference. The reason why me talking about Nikki Loins on this YouTube channel is okay, but Nikki Loins sending my father an email detailing all the worst specific things she could possibly know about me, most of which are only partially true because of the way she phrased them, and some of which are completely true but are irrelevant to anything, and then pair it with a threat against my father that is completely specious and toothless and ridiculous. All that stuff. Why that's not the same thing as me telling truths about Becky? Well, first of all, I'm not emailing her family members. I'm just talking on my YouTube channel. I'm not seeking out her family and saying, please view this. I'm not seeking her friends. I don't want to poison her friends against her. I'm not trying to poison her family against her. I'm not contacting people directly at all. I'm just making videos on my YouTube channel. What am I doing? I'm talking about my life. What do I have at my disposal to talk about? The various people and things that I've experienced in my life. To the extent that you become memorable, dramatically memorable because of your bad behavior, then you're going to be talked about more, not less. Because after all, you're playing a bigger role in my life. Causing a big problem in my life is a good way to become an important figure in my storyline. And if you're an important figure in my storyline, you will get talked about a lot. If you are an important figure in my storyline because of your bad behavior, then I'm going to talk a lot about that bad behavior and what to do about this. And God, this person's a problem and all that kind of stuff, because that's what I do. Right? I'm not bothered. I'm ambitious in that area, Matthew. So the thing about it is I'm not really bothered by my my imperfect display, my tone, my so-called emotionality and stuff, I'm not bothered by it. Like I don't feel bad about it or think of it as exactly a failure on my part, but I do see it as an area where I might be able to gain additional advantage and would like to improve on it. And so I think I am improving on it in general. Like I'm doing a better job of getting less mad when I get mad, and I'm remembering to display more calmly when I get cues like this that I appear mad. The one thing about being bipolar is I don't feel any. To me, I feel exactly the same right now as I did when I was meh, 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 right. It's like I actually don't feel the same right now as then, but it seems like I do, or I think it's to the extent that it's a little bit different. That difference is totally irrelevant. That's bipolar. I probably do have some feelings that are going on that are motivating those displays during that time, but I don't know what they are, I guess, or I guess they're just, it's just meow. It's like the feeling and the tone are the same thing. Like people seem to think the tone represents something underneath of it, but the only way the feeling exists is as the feeling of all those sort of expressive feelings that go along with what people think of as a tone of display of meow, meow, right? How do I feel right now? I laughed a little, like happy now for a second, like until I was laughing a little bit. When I'm feeling a little bit of laughing, it's like, okay, there's a little laughing. But how do I feel right now? Now, FE is, I mean, look, laughing is not necessarily FE. How am I feeling right now? What are my choices? Like, can you give me my choices? I mean, I generally laugh pretty genuinely. Like, I'm a kind of a giggly guy. Like, I find a lot of stuff funny. A lot of stuff makes me laugh. I like jokes. I like funny. Funny's a good emotion. I feel like I get funny pretty well. So what are my choices for, like, what does one normally feel like, during the default bland time? What does one normally feel during the default bland time is my question. Are there any feelers out there who can help me with this one? I want to understand what one normally feels during the default bland time, like when there's nothing to feel at. So obviously, if I see my cat in a great deal of pain, I'll have a lot of feelings at that, right? Like, oh no, my cat's hurting, and except it'll be this more of like more an actual physical feeling and less of a display thing, right? Well, during times when that's not happening, the default bland time, what does one normally feel? Sad? I'm talking about the default, like, so you have a feeling during the default bland time when you're not directing your attention at something sad. In other words, something's not making what I'm saying. When something's not making you sad, would you still feel sad? You default to sad. Well, what are you sad about then? Are you sad that you default to sad? Can you become sad about that? I don't think so. So what are you sad about? I mean, look, I've experienced plenty of instances where I feel sad and I'm not sure what I'm feeling sad about. But almost always later on, it makes sense. Like, oh, I was feeling sad about that thing. So it's not feeling, you're not sad about anything. I think you have to be sad about something. I don't think you can be sad not about something. Anybody else want to chime on this? Is it possible to be sad not about something? A lot of people have said that. I've never really watched the show. A commonly said thing. I get that, and I get Rick, and I get somebody else. I forget. I've seen like things about Hugh Laurie, like ads for a house or whatever. Kind of, yeah. I know I'm not a machine, but humans are biological machines, aren't we? Not really. A machine is specifically a way to shortcut human agency. I would say you're more like a tureen of soup than a machine. I gotta smoke a cigarette. What's interesting is Hambone's revolution, counter wrench revolution. The thing is, odd timing on a counter wrench revolution because we kind of are going to need wrenches more than ever. But I guess maybe Hambone's counter wrench revolution it's still nevertheless a good thing because I ought to take more decision-making control in general and make sure I'm making all decisions for the right reasons, as occurs right here. Like this Melon guy was part of the Fit MC bunch who's trying to, make an argument by demonstration that I don't like it either when people come in and accuse people of things, ignoring the fact this is my YouTube channel, so I'm not doing that on someone else's YouTube channel, so it's not the same thing. I mean, the thing is, I experienced that plenty of times to be sad and not be cognizant of why. But I would say that usually after some stretch of time, it becomes clear. Oh, I was sad about that or something. Like sometimes I got a few different things going on, and just sort of generally, yeah, nothing's. But there's a couple stretches where I realized after trying to figure out why I was sad, it was mostly because of the reality of my mom. It took me a while to process that. Well, it's one thing to avoid feeling, and it's another thing to naturally be disabled at it. I don't avoid feeling, but I am still have an incredibly difficult time understanding it. I remember saying to a therapist one time when he asked me, like, well, what are you feeling right now? Like somebody just asked me, I said, well, I'm not feeling anything right now. I mean, I do feel things occasionally, but obviously most of the time I'm in the default bland time where you're not really feeling anything. When you're walking down the street and you're thinking about whatever and nothing's upsetting in any way. There's the default blandness where you're not experiencing any feelings as far as I'm concerned. And he said to me, no, everybody's feeling all the time unless you're a sociopath. And so this is a therapist who's projecting his ENFP hood onto an ENTP who didn't know about cognitive functions at the time. And I was like, but that's not true. It's not true that people are all feeling all the time unless most of the time there's not anything to have an emotion about. So it's like, we know what it means to feel something, to feel an emotion. Like, I'm angry now because you stole my apple. That's what it feels like to have an emotion. Or I am sad now because my cat died. That's what it feels like to have an emotion. That's what it means to have an emotion. It's this event. It's not an ongoing state of being, which tells us that the default is no emotion. And that's my point. What do you feel? Like, people ask me, like, well, what are you feeling right now? If it's default time, Nick Gurr. I see. NT Media. You're so clever. You are so clever. So when I was trying to, I told the guy, well, I'm not feeling anything most of the time. I'm just in the default bland time when you're not feeling things. I think that what that's telling me now, when I understand cognitive functions, is for an HP, we're so locked into the TI thing that that FI doesn't really linger much beyond experiences that provoke it, so that it seems like an event, even though it's not actually an event for most people. But I know I love Rachel a very great deal, but I don't feel anything about her right now at the moment. It's like, would you feel? Like, I don't even understand the concept. Like, I don't feel things about people that I'm not actively feeling with right now. When Rachel gets here, she and I will have FI time where we experience feelings for each other. And we say things like, I love you so much. And right. And oh, feel, and love and feel. Like, we do that shit. We say words like that, and we actively feel things, right? We feel for each other. We feel love, feelings, and things. And then we have sexual intercourse, and then we're done with that. And then, okay, fine, great. Now, I am not having FI time with Rachel, right? I'm not sitting with her there and going, I love you, Rachel. And she went, I love you too. And we're hugging each other and all that FI stuff, right? So, I mean, I hate to say words like this, but obviously I don't feel a goddamn thing about her right now. I'm not feeling about her, right? She's not the subject of discussion here. So why do I have any feelings about her at all? But of course, everybody talks about it like, your feelings persist all the time between things. Like, that just doesn't make any sense to me. Of course we love each other. It doesn't mean, but that's the point. For me, love is only occasionally a feeling. And the idea that it should be mostly thought of as a feeling seems silly to me. When Rachel and I are feeling at each other together when we're in the room and stuff, or when we're talking on the Google Hangouts, that's when feelings occur. Or when somebody says something that makes me mad and I go, that's it, God damn it. That's when feelings occur, right? Or like I said, disappointing news. Oh, God damn it. Then feelings occur. But between feelings, there aren't feelings that still go around all the time. Because, I mean, they may be there, but they're not relevant to anything, so there's no reason to pay attention to them. So, it's like all right, like, what were you? What was a relevant emotional takeaway from yesterday? There's no answer to that question. It's an impossible question to even begin to ask. Who knows? How did you feel on Tuesday? I have no fucking idea how I felt on Tuesday. So, was this a good week for you or a bad week? Have you been happy or sad? I don't know. The same as always. It was a good week. I mean, every week's a good week. I'm happy. What the fuck is up with that question even? It doesn't even make any sense. You see what I'm saying, everybody? I guess it's some things don't have boundaries. Like the scale of my love. The scope of my love for you, Rachel, is so grand that it will never have a boundary. It's boundless. It starts right over there. It goes from there to there, and then it's boundless. But hold on. Aren't those two bounds, though, on it? I think you just bounded it twice. No, it's boundless. It starts right here. That's a bound. That's a bound. No, it's boundless. The spite monkeys are boundless tonight. Boundless indeed. Yeah, you can't TIFI logic, Your emotional takeaway from yesterday was anal mucus on your face? Ew, bacon, that's gross. That's not an emotional takeaway. That's a colonic takeaway. That's my joke noise. Do you want to hear a joke noise? Do you really want to hear my joke noise? That was the original song lyrics to Karma Chameleon. Hambone, you have my attention. What would you like to do with it? Hambone has the floor, everybody. Everybody, shh, Hambone's talking. I'm ready. You have my full attention, Hambone. If you're over there. Ooh, what was nasty? Nasty. Hambone, you have my attention, I said. Okay. All right, cool. It's got to be frustrating for these people in their campaign of spite monkeying him. They put all this energy and thought into the plan, and it just completely fizzled. Nothing, I explained more above you, but you missed it talking about moisture. Oh, you did? Really? Are you simping? What does that mean? Eric alert? What does that mean? I think Nikki T is one of the what's simping? I don't know what that means. Should I hide Nikki T from the channel? Well, cool. I mean, it's kind of like target practice, I guess. You know, it's cool. I feel all this stuff is training me with all the necessary skills I'm going to need to be able to intuitively pick up fucking attack angles right off the bat. You just nail them, you know, and bam them up for it. So all of their efforts are just totally in vain. That's kind of neat, you know. It's like a video game where the other person sacrifices their dignity for your fun, you know. Is it finished? We're still on topic of pot smoking. Listen, I'm gonna say that. As far as I'm concerned, the overall argument on marijuana is long over, and everything I'm saying about it is determined as true and certain and not within any doubt. I understand that for other people, they're in a different place in the argument, and I am somewhat FI about this. Not that I am. I have no idea. It's fun though. I could use a little help here. Hambone, can I make you a moderator? I mean, I'm glad somebody put the stream link because no matter what the wherever they put it, and no matter what the nature of the visitors, there's always a possibility that somebody smart will come to try to troll and then realize that they'd rather be on the smart team. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, I gotta use the new thing. You can hold Alt and then the thing will stop moving apparently, so you can more easily find the one you want. Because if it's moving fast, it's hard to catch the one you want. You know. Now, if you hold Alt, it'll pause for you apparently. No, you click on their 3-dot thing next to it, and if you want to get rid of them forever, you put you push hide user from this channel, and if you just want to put them on timeout, you put timeout. If you want to remove the comment, you put remove the comment, and you know, those are the options, I guess. Archangel wants to challenge the central notion that the weed smoking is not sufficient to justify any of the kind of response that it evoked from her brother. That in fact, maybe there's legitimate cause to freak out about smoking weed. But here's the thing, Countess, no matter how legitimate the cause you might establish is, the reality is for the last years, none of their efforts to stop her from smoking weed ever actually worked. So they all created various harms, but no good. Even if you accept the thing as good, right? Even if you accept that forcing her to quit smoking pot, if it were to succeed, would attain a good, since all of the force vectors do the harm but don't attain the good, there's no possible way to argue in favor of it. No, what were we talking about right now? I don't know. What did I just say? What was I just talking about? I don't even remember. Claude. Oh yeah, we're talking about weed, right? Claude, come here, Claude. I know, Cloud. That's my problem. Look, being the best moderator is kind of important to Hambo's identity. And if I make you moderator, it's going to be too obvious that you're the best moderator ever. And he's going to feel kind of bad. I don't want that. I hope he's not. Oh, I'm sorry, Hambo. Are you here listening? I was just kidding, dude. No, I'm not talking. Just ignore what I just said, Hambone, okay? Hey, somebody put their fingers in Hambone's ears, okay? Okay, so Cloud, listen, you see. You see how important it is to him. Did you see how hurt he looked? Where I tell you, it just feels like nonstop battle around here. Tomorrow I got a debate tournament. I got to get up early too. Like I got to leave here like 6. I don't know. Early sauce. Eric says he's a 7. I am definitely a 7. I like the word clod. I like the idea of plumping my clods. Loose ghost pussy? No, Hambo. Actually, it's not your fault, though. You may not have been here. That was a reference to our video before. I just realized it late. It was a callback. Sorry, Zoms. That was a callback to a joke I made in the thing. But you have to really be paying attention. It's like, who's going to remember all those hours of content to this one particular... No, E3 Zombie just made a callback to the ghost pussy jokes from the previous video. No, not your fault, Hambo. Not your fault. It's impossible. You'd have to have remembered every little detail, every little thing. Yeah, I see as well. And that was good discretion. I probably would have gone to delete it too if I hadn't read it out loud. Then I was like, oh, wait, this is a reference. Am I right, Zombie? I mean, maybe it wasn't a reference. It's just something that people, independent. It was generated independently. Are they similar to Western Europe? Or what's similar to Western Europe? Eastern and Southern and Northern Europe? Well, that's cool. That's quite an entrance, E3 Zombie, right? You provoked a big conversation and discussion and blah, blah, blah. It's probably like well worth having the comment removed to provoke that much chatter. What's the most ENTP country? My ball sack. My nutsack is its own country. It's called Nutsackistan. If you want to move to Nutsackistan, well, the visa process is really, I got a lot of applicants of people who'd like to immigrate to Nutsackistan, and I haven't really let anybody in yet. But I mean, that's why it's so appealing. It's so much open land. Who would like me to put on the waiting list to move to Nutsackistan? What's the capital of Nutsackistan? I would call it shaft foot. Okay, it's right at the foot of the shaft, right where the scrot meets the shaft. That's the capital. Right, but he does lots of useful things, and he wants a ranch. So, you see what I'm saying? I mean, he lives on my TE. In other words, he doesn't need the ranch, but I want to keep him happy. Or is that FE? I don't know. I mean, it's utility. It's like I'm treating the issue as though my interests were at. Okay, well, that's why I lost on TE and not on TI or FE. I didn't make it a status symbol. I afforded him a special privilege because he's so useful. That's different. In other words, that's TE. It's like, why is that? How does that make sense, Eric? It doesn't, except he's very useful, and I want to encourage that usefulness rather than discourage it, Yeah, we do. We Indians take sex pretty seriously. I don't know if I mentioned it. It's not relevant. I almost never mention it, but my race today and yesterday as well is actually Indian. I'm the same race as Ken and Krishna Sarmapagu right now. In fact, my racial ground zero is right next door to Ken Krishna Sarmapagu's house. Little known fact, every time I change races, I established a new racial ground zero. And this one is right next door to Ken Krishna Samarpagu's house, is where my racial ground zero is. The soul of my Indian race lives right next door to Ken Krishna Samarpagu. And so far, what I've discovered about being an Indian is I take sexuality the same seriousness that I did before when I was a Hawaiian, and before that as well. I haven't Matthew, that's funny. I haven't really felt any big changes. I think I developed a bit more of a taste for curry, but that could just be a naturally occurring shift in my desire for curry. That's about it. I can't think of anything else that really. Oh, that's right. I remember. There's one thing that's changed since I've become racially Indian. I inexplicably applied for an H-1B visa. I'm pretty sure that's linked to that. Yeah. Hey, Ken Krishna Samarpagu, will you please not Hitler-esque if possible? No, Ken Krishna Samarpagu, I am an Indian, I said, from India. Do you hear me? I'm from India. That's my ethnic heritage. My racial ground zero is next door to your house. Gosh. Thank you. It's a fairly expensive mic. It's this blue mic here. It's like a $250 mic or something. Not great, but it's like level 2. There's like 4 basic level 3 out of 5 mics, I guess. Level 5 mics are fucking Neumanns that are designed to mic specifically a snare drum and shit like that. Level 4 mics are top-notch general purpose mics. Level 3 mics are the best affordable mics. Level 2 mics are, you can do with this, it's fine. Level 1 mics are, this is shitty. Like the mic on this camera here, if I were to use that mic, that's a shitty ass mic. Okay, Hambone, I didn't say you didn't win on TI. You keep winning on TI. The only point you've lost on TI is that I was wrong when I said you lost on TE. All right, so Cloud, I take it when you say that, Eric Alert, you're alerting me that some new person might be bad or whatever. I did inherit the racial memory of multiple curry recipes, but all of them are quite simple. It's like step 1, add curry. Step 2, add meat. Or potato curry. Curry, potatoes. Cook until done. They're very quite vague, and it seems like there'd be more in it than that. I'm not even really sure what curry is. I guess it's some sort of I know it's a powder, but I don't know where it comes from. Like, what is a curry? Is it a powdered plant of some sort? Or I don't even know what curry is. Hey, there's Gee. I remember you from the previous stream, Gee, when I explained that you were the first pseudo words that I remember my child saying. Gee. I think Octavio Silva and I already had that conversation about pronouns. And he said his response was, not the worst position I've ever heard about mine. I don't know if he expressed his position exactly on it, except it seemed rooted in people who want to have people use other pronouns suffer a lot when they don't. Is that the gist of it? Or is there a particular argument you're pointing to? You're talking about his personal experience and the people around him and stuff? Or is there a specific argument? Chicken pot pie is the curry of America. I think you could say that. I'm going to pull a bong rip, I guess, and strum the guitar a little bit. And Humanity, man. I'm sort of waiting. Like a lot of times, I will be very interested in something that somebody says, and I'll ask a question about it, and then I have to deal with the reality that it takes a while for a person to answer, or maybe there's a little bit of a lag between they type it in and push enter and it gets here to the live chat on my end. I don't know, but I'm very interested in knowing what Horseman was referring to more here. If there's something specific or blah, but I have to wait for an answer. And it's like, God damn it, I don't like to wait for an answer. Horseman, you're taking too long. Oh, well, I know he's got some sort of non-traditional sexuality thing going on, but I don't know exactly what it is. I don't care whether he's transgender, born male, or gay or whatever. I don't care. Fuck. I don't judge people who are transgender. I do think that the surgery is unfortunate. I think they shouldn't do it because you gotta. I think more or less we're best served to own the body we have. If there are some sort of small cosmetic things that make you feel a lot better about yourself, just how you look or something, like a basic kind of, let me improve my one small change can make a big difference kind of thing for FE reasons, fine. But if you think she's a girl, I think it's a gay male. I didn't say any insult to you. You're talking to Countess, of course. Kate Hambone, I'm not disputing that too, but that is actually not the conclusion to draw from this circumstance. It's you to be useful enough and you can get a wrench, and that's a much less awful sounding phenomenon, isn't it? You're extrapolating a vector I didn't appeal to. Hambone's like, God damn it, he just pew-pewed me. Sorry, Hambone, but you were extrapolating a vector I didn't appeal to. Well, Hambone tried to pull a fast one there, Countess, is what happened, and he got caught. Making a fuss, being useful, same thing. Okay, well, making the fuss may have been the mechanism by which he attained the wrench, but the actual argument that changed him from saying no to yes was, but I do all these useful things. And my explanation as to why I decided to give into that was because I want to keep him happy, because I thought at that moment, you know what, he does do a lot of useful shit. So anyway, again, you're always going to win the TI. That doesn't justify me doing that, but you're still not winning the TE as far as negative impacts, because since that was the argument that prompted me to change it made by him, and I verified with you that was my thinking, but then what are you extrapolating from? This is where you kick this line of reasoning, Hambone. It's a dead end. I wonder if anybody ever makes love to somebody. Now, that would be a challenge. You know what I'm saying? That's why school is important. What is called that? I don't know what that's called. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, okay. Well, look, I'm just imagining somebody's like, then And then it was awful relationship. And it ended with just like hate fucks one last time, and then it was over. And the person, hey, I was hate making love. It's a good joke. Good fun times there. She's a good German teacher. Is she a good German teacher, or is she a good teacher of German? How would someone argue, I do so many good things as Maud if they have forever been gray? That wasn't the circumstance, Bacon. Well, that's your circumstance. Well, that's the thing, is he didn't argue that he does so many good things as Maud. He argued that he does so many good things not as Maud, but rather as being my helpful tarot friend, who cut and pastes all the shit for me so I don't have to look it up, basically. And I like that service. And that's a service that requires him to keep repeating that service. It's not like he made the document for me, well, I can exploit that even if I don't make him a mod and he gets mad and doesn't want to help me anymore. But the other part, he has to continue doing that on a every time by every time basis. He's pretty much consistent about it, So that's like a little bit of more of a thing, I don't, Hambone. God, geez, Hambone, why you gotta look? For fuck's sake, dog. First of all, why don't you acknowledge that you were barking up the wrong vector there? It's like everybody wants me to be all perfect and shit. I'm doing the best I can, guys. You're hurting my feelings. Now listen here, everybody. I want everybody to stop hurting my feelings. Okay, Hambo, you already got some of them. Will you stop harping on this shit? It's like, humanity. It's not like it's doing any huge active harm. It's not like urgent to address it. It mostly seems to manifest, instantiate as existent at all when you're making a big fuss about it. So I just don't want to think about that right now. I got a big debate tournament tomorrow, and you're like weighing on me with your logic. My central point was only that, okay, I said you lost on TE. I will qualify that. You lost on immediate short-term TE calculus, okay? That doesn't mean you should have lost. I didn't say that. I'm saying this is what I voted on. You might be right that I shouldn't have voted on that. I'm not saying you had weaker arguments or something. I'm saying I voted on, I guess I got cheap and easy. I don't know. I was like, God, Jesus Christ, dude. Fucking INTPs. My Lord. They are quite a handful. But you still didn't acknowledge my point about the utility thing not being the same thing as making a lot of noise. And granted, he did make a lot of noise about, though, the utility, so that was sort of, what would you call that? Like equivocation, kind of. I was undermined. It was unfortunate. I don't think I was actively undermined. Those people didn't try to undermine me, whoever removed those. It may have played out like that, but people aren't perfect, Thanks, Guy. I appreciate it. I especially appreciate your surprised duck face there. Thanks for the luck on the turning. I appreciate it. I think I got a decent chance. Now you're getting TE, Hambone. I don't care if the outcome's the same. It's like if moderators occasionally make mistakes that don't work out in my favor or whatever, we just look at it as an on-balance thing. Well, on balance, there's a totality of a move towards good, and there's going to be, it's like a stock market thing. You're not going to have perfection. There are some mistakes, but it's like, just because sometimes refs make bad calls doesn't mean we need to get rid of the refs. It might be the case we need to limit it to only the good refs and the who did. Who made the same mistake? Which three? I mean, okay, so it might be the case we need to clean out the referee ranks, or we might need to be more careful in picking our refs, or okay, well, Rachel, yeah. You know what? I think I will. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Hambone. I'm going to see what Rachel thinks about it. I'm going to say, look, it might be useful for me as a general social thing to be able to get rid of your wrench, Rachel. But if it's important to you, I won't. And I'm sure she'll just be like, yeah, fuck, I don't care. But I'll see. We'll see. Okay, here's the other thing. If they all made the same mistake in a row, it must have been an easy mistake to make. And hopefully they learned from it, I love Rachel more, Cloud, by about exponent of 7 trillion. That's about right. 8.5 trillion. You know what tastes great with bread, Archangel? Failure. That's right. I tell you what you don't want to do. You don't want to moderate wrong when Hambone's here. He's keeping track, okay? Right. And in general, it is the case for sure that when in doubt, do nothing. And that should, in general, be a rule for I agree, moderators should be sort of trained in the general rules. When in doubt, do nothing. That which is not explicitly forbidden is permitted, unless, see, that's a discretion thing, you don't always, you can't have examples of things because sometimes new shit comes around. Use your discretion and recognize that it's a mistake-tolerant environment. We understand that becoming a good moderator means you're going to make some mistakes, and that somebody is going to maybe be unjustly sacrificed in the process. But note, when that happened to that person, I'm sure said, no, well, God, I'm sorry that happened to you. So there really wasn't any injustice because the person was told right away that you were in the right, So it's really hard to imagine there being harms substantial enough from people having moderator learning growing pains that are substantial enough to justify this holistic, overarching critique on the concept of mods. Now, granted, that has been my express position as well. I'm not saying that. Okay, well, yeah, I'm always distracted. That's my middle name, Eric Distracted Strauss. I will never die until I sigh enough to see all the sides that I want to see. Okay, I will never die until I sigh enough to see all the sides that I want to see. And if I've already seen all the sides that I want to see, that doesn't mean I'm going to die right now. My reaction to whom is entertaining? To the reaction button person? I do not hate you, Cloud. I actually like you, Cloud. I do not hate you. I find you an exacerbating but lovable scamp. Wait, exacerbating? No. Aggravating. Horse muffler, are you still here? What's the word I'm looking for here? Exasperating. And exasperating. Okay, Hambo. Cloud, I find you an exasperating scamp. Who votes aye on proposition Cloud is an exacerbating scamp, or nay? Aye or nay? We're looking for votes on the question of Cloud is an exasperating scamp. Abstain, says Dustin. Okay. What if we were to amend the bill to say Cloud is an exasperating scamp or a lovable rapscallion? We get an eye on that. Now we've got an additional one. Exasperating equals frustrating. Now he could either be an exasperating scamp or a lovable rapscallion. Either of those. No, you're not an evaporating scamp. You're an exasperating scamp or a lovable rapscallion. A scamp is like you, Cloud. That's what you're a scamp. That's what a scamp is. You scamp. Don't worry, it's not that insulting, Cloud. I would also say you're a scamp who likes to plump. You know what I mean? You're a plumping scamp. Sometimes people call you Scamp the Plumper. Scamp. A person, especially a child who is mischievous in a likable or amusing way. Rascal is a synonym. Mischief maker is a synonym. Cloud, would you consider yourself a mischief maker? How about a rascally rapscallion? You're a rascally rapscallion, Cloud. Or you could be a rascally scamp. Would you like to be a rascally mischief maker? Could be any of those or more. Countess, that's not synonymous at all what we're talking about here. Okay, that is not an equivalent. So we'll give you some examples. Exasperating rapscallion, rascally scamp. What you said, farting lump of shit, is not the same sort of thing. That is not the same sort of thing. See? That's not a fun-loving term of endearment. That means you don't like him. Do you see that? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see the difference there? Don't you listen to her, Cloud. You are not a farting lump of shit. What you are is a rascally scamp. That's what you are, you rascally scamp, you. You mischief-loving rascally scamp. Okay. Cumbio cone photo log. What do you want me to ejaculate on? Your log? You know what? Affectionable desperado is quite a plausible one there, I think. Or yeah. I like desperado. Cloud, would you call yourself a desperado? I mean, I don't know if you'd go that south of the border with it, but you might. Well, I'm glad, Bacon, because I'm worried about your eyeballs for sure. Yeah, terribly. I gotta get the guitar, and I never did. I need to smoke a cigarette. I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna play a little music while I take a little bit of a break for you. I'm gonna play my own music because you know what? That won't get me in trouble with YouTube. And that's better than getting in trouble with YouTube. If you've never gotten in trouble with YouTube before, you're missing out on a very exciting adventure in store. Getting in trouble with YouTube is lots of fun. Come on, come along, get in trouble again with one. Out of rock and roll, bring around those heavy chords. Show me how to be so hard. Took a 19 playbook out of rock all your talking, talk to the very rockin' it. Gotta rock, I roll. Roll your pancakes on my junk. Oh, rock your uncle up too much wine. Oh, rock those pancakes for your lunch. And oh, roll up in front of you in line. I'm the guy to rock, like a rocket, like a rocket, block. Separate the Lord to rock a like I know. So if you who do to rock, I know that you do not rock. Just like this rocket every night. After all your talking, talk to the very rockin' it. Gotta rock, I roll all right. I rock all day. Please don't sound like every day. Have your brunch, I'll interrupt my rock and roll. Blow your mind. Rock your emotions, my day is mine. Rock your pancakes on my job. One more block for your lunch. God of rock, a rockin' shock. A rockin' flock of rockin' blocks, I pray the Lord to rock a lot. Rock. Just like it's rockin' every time too. After all your talking, talk to the rockin' it. Rock. Amelia, go from that place. They come to you, the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove. What will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in? And staring sidelong with that thirsty grin. Amelia, can't you see that you and I will never be? Amelia, yet you're still free. With too much opportunity to leave out in the rain, Amelia. Amelia, we're watching you sail for shore. No matter what we do, Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove. What will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in? And staring sidelong with that thirsty grin. Amelia, can't you see that you and I will never be? Amelia, yet you're still free. Too much opportunity to leave out in the rain, Amelia. Jonah's got his cabinet stuffed full of frogs. He's forgotten all about his lunchtime date. And Helen's leaving nasty comments on his blog, 'cause Jonah's running really very late. They say neurotics always link up to a tendency towards the things they do. Means mostly in with finishing eyes and busting now a must. Play the hat and with your trust on the ground, make your bait around a crust round around. Boy, rust and bleak, till I say, might be going, but it can't be heard on. This circumstance, neurotic focuses on the dance floor. Might be stolen now that it is time to rest on the ground, make a big renegade. I want the rest. Jonah's got his cabinet it's stuffed full of frogs. He's forgotten all about his lunchtime break. And Helen's leaving nasty comments on his blog, 'cause Jonah's running really very late. What's the matter with Chad?
Is he terribly bad?
Is he very like Finn?
Who's a terrible man?
Is he sort of like Jill?
Who can't pay her bill?
Or rather like Jack?
She's stuck on the facts.
And
What about Sue? Will she know what to do if they bring attitude? Does she show ingenuity?
Our old mate McGraw talks about you.
Whenever we go walking,
What's the matter with Bryn?
she's been living in sin.
She's been hanging in the gym.
He's looking terribly thin.
What's the deal with Frank?
Stealing fish from my tank.
He's colluding with you.
And they're talking to Lou.
What's wrong with the ladies? I completely stopped.
What's the matter with men?
Never hated you in the first place.
From the feelings of Katie to the coldness of Sven.
He talks about you.
Whenever we go walking, paths that lead to lesser days,
Paths that lead to lesser days.
still spill from the overwater
Still
path.
over water
And
path.
whoever's left, that's still okay. Just add sails to the mess.
Are you angry at Ken?
Or Neville again.
Don't bother with Kev.
He's practically dead.
Just focus on Bert.
He's medium hurt.
What's a chronic for Liz?
Did she fail the quiz?
And
What about you? Will she know what to do if they bring attitude? Does she show ingenuity? She talks about you whenever we go walking. Paths that lead to lesser days,
Paths that lead to lesser days.
still spill from the overwater
Still out
path.
the over water
And
path.
whoever's left, that's still okay. Just add sails to the mess. Each of us have much and gravely sinned. Throw up the hands, slip in the tin. Catastrophe looms heavy overhead again.
Time's gone, will never be again. I don't remember hearing Amelia. Did it play Amelia? I don't even remember that. It seems like it went straight from God of Rock to Stuff Full of Frogs. It's been lost in my head or whatever. Thanks, old mate McGraw. It's outside because I'm rearranging things, but I got stuck in the middle of rearranging by the editing man, you know? Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. The thing of that song is it's kind of got quite an interesting story of origin, which is that that song began as a little singy thing that I came up with. It was just this much. It was just, what's the matter with Dan? What's the matter with Dan? He's a terrible man. Yes, he's a terrible man. That's all I had. Okay. And I'd sing it in the car as I drive periodically over the course periodically for like 10 years. It was like a little thing I had made up. And then 10 or maybe 15 years later, I said, you know what? I really like that thing. And I'm going to try to see if I can finish that song. And I sat down with it, and I ended up changing. The thing I just sang was not quite what it was originally. It ended up being changed slightly, but it was basically that. And then, you know, I wrote the other parts to it and wrote the other verses to it and everything. And yeah, I'm really happy with the way it came out. I would say that if you're going to compare it to anything, You compare it to some kind of a Broadway song, actually, to be honest. Although I don't like the comparison, I don't want my music compared to Broadway songs, but I think that's the most apt comparison. The reason it doesn't really sound like anything is because it doesn't feel like a Broadway music song or whatever, but it feels kind of like, generally rock genre music or whatever. But most such music doesn't appeal to that medium at all. And it's very difficult to appeal to that medium successfully. So the fact that this does so is one of the things that makes it kind of like pop, That's all I have. What is the title of this live stream? I have no idea. I totally forgot what the title of this live stream is. Thank you, Cloud. I greatly appreciate your appreciation of Caterpillar time. I would say that it's mistake-free. I like it. I like it good enough to make my greatest hits. I've got a shit ton of songs that don't make that list, so I appreciate your enthusiasm for it. I like the video too. I just took random pictures of caterpillars from Google Images. Now, there's a lot of Spanish. Let's see what it says. I'm going to read it out loud. Ahí va el capitán, Beto por el espacio con su nave de fibra hecha en Haedo ayer colectivo. Hoy amo entre los amos del ayer. Ya lleva 15 años en su periplo. Su equipo es tan precario como su destino. Equipo es tan precario como su destino. Repete. Hay demasiado chupacabras en este pueblo. Nave de fibra hecha. Hoy amo entre los amo. Colecte, pero hoy amo entre los amos del ayer. Ya iba 15 años en su periplo. I am going to become a professional Spanish accent speaker. Well, that's pretty great. I want to make $350 billion a minute. Is that too much to ask for? So what's your salary request? $350 billion a minute. Hey, you want to give me a counter offer? That's fine. Cool. Thanks, CJ O'Connell, for the association. I really like the video as well. That video is great because you can really see in the video that Haley's having fun. She's happy to be doing that. And I'm having fun. And the concept of it is NI enough. It's just basically our from here to here, the camera setup. And I took care to do lighting and all that kind of stuff. And there's lots of endearing moments in that video. In contrast, there's another video I made with her that I don't like called Share of Shame, in which it didn't pop quite. It didn't feel like it worked the way this one does, and not particularly a lot of articulable specific reasons. I like the other song just as much, or probably about equal. Share of Shame, another song I have with Haley, the song is great. It's as good as that one, but the video is not as good. An Ellen Page movie. She sees that like flat affect kind of Daria-like chick. I think so. El pobre capitán nunca supo que su corazón quería Quería donas con chispas y una taza de café. No esperes, soy yo quien quiere donuts y café. Is donuts? I am no espere. What's I forget what that verb is. What's espere? Is it the verb for to asparagus something? It might be. I think it means to asparagus something. Yo asparagus to asparaguses. Oh, I was gonna play the guitar. I keep forgetting to play it. What a silly goose I am. Somebody needs to de-silly me or de-goose me, one of the two, because having both the silly and the goose has rendered me more or less completely useless. And I'm kind of tired of that. It's like, hey, somebody give me a little bit better self-discipline, please. I'm tired of this. Tired of it. What are we going to play? We'll play that song I just talked about, Share Shame. I just got to pull it up on the old Muggity Meow. Donas equals donut. I believe the correct term is donato. Oh yeah, it's donato. In Spanish, if there's a word like donut, you either add esa or o at the end of it. So, for example, hamburger, hamburguesa, donut, donato. Donas, why, that would be the Spanish word for Donald. Okay, let me see. I guess once his mom wants to have coffee and Donald's. I'm looking for a share shame. That one, this one. Here we go. It comes. Now, this song, the only place I have it written out properly to read along with the chords and lyrics it's the video part of this video here. So, here we go. No good comes from skating on with them whom you'd mistaken for the one. Habituated defense and indecency, self-inflicted eventually once your search is done. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you both got stunned, I screamed something awfully blunt. My words is wrong, if they were dumb, I've earned my share of shame. It's each of our own failings, not us doing the nailing to the wall. We fear so the others sailing off to reset their life and all. You can trust me, I can trust you, though neither trust ourselves much true. Love lies deep between you and me, at least about that we can both agree. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you both got stunned, I screamed something awfully blunt. My word is wrong, if they were dumb, I've earned my share of shame. My share of shame. Indeed. You are full of shame, Eric. Shame on you. On me? Yes. Shame on you. All right, well, I drew some people away, I suppose. I drew some people away. There's only 9 people left here now. Only 9 people today. people heard me playing a song that said goodbye, goodbye. And now I've got to wonder if they'll ever come by. I'm going to play one more song, then I'm going to call it a night. And hit the hay, I guess. I'm not feeling tired, but I got a fucking debate tournament tomorrow morning. I'm going to have to leave here the thing that starts at like 8:30, but it's in the fucking heart of the west side of downtown, like worst possible place to go Friday morning. Yeah, I'll do a Gavi Weatherman. Sure, I will. Thank you for requesting it. What a fine and gentle fellow you are. Here we go. I will look for it in the old Google Docs. That's where it lives. A G. Here we go. Perfect. Here we go. You're living on a time frame I will never know. Alienation and humanity's soul. Imagine you a future after the collapse, returning to the urgency of isolated past. Picturing community, free of metaphysics, hunting buffalo, picking red delicious, knowledge of the seasons, wisdoms of old. Fires blazing in the night to keep away the cold. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. Imagining a history that never could have been. You lecture at the college, advancement is a sin. Lamenting disconnection in every corporate act. Asserting all your feelings and ignoring all the facts. Hostility is kept at bay. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way. By what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. You find modernity just so banal. Wish you had been born any time but now, and your experience won't run afoul of exceptions you might allow. You visualize nobility sipping on some port, or tribes of peaceful savages in beautiful comport. A few of history's people ever thusly did cavort, 'cause life was nasty, solitary, brutish, poor, and short. Hostility is kept at bay. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way. What you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. With an agave weatherman. That was a little number known as Agave Weatherman, and it features me, host Eric, playing the guitar and singing the song, and it was written by me with the words, except for one part of it, which was written by, I believe it was Hobbes, who said, "The life is nasty, solitary, brutish, poor, and short." That's a quote from Hobbes, kind of a famous quote, so I would say it's an allusion. It's a quote, but whether or not people understand the illusion, because it's very relevant to the topic, I'm not sure. How many people who are familiar with that song understood the Hobbes allusion or Hobbes reference there? That line, "Life was solitary, nasty, brutish, poor, and short." That's from Thomas Hobbes. How many people recognize that as a Hobbes reference? Anybody? Any Hobbs fans out there? Any lovers of the old Hobbs rule? No? Okay. Well, that's just how life goes, I guess. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot. Get the margarine, safety spots. He's got a good idea for a name changing business. Thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought they'd be gentle. Gerald always thought they'd be gentle enough to get back to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually. But his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. So now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing backlist to listless. So how all the people will shout his name. Gerald understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. He's getting delighting. Gerald plays his part, and Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he adopted time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? Too much time spent picking the skew with you. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a pot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name changing business. Thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire the firm to change that name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. Gerald has a thought. Thank you. That was Gerald has a thought. For my next trick, I'm going to make a rabbit appear out of my hat. Oh, you always mess this one up. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. And I'm there in the time. Fucking Eric. I've played this song a million fucking times and I still forget shit because I get confused and I got too many things going on in my attention at the same time and I fuck it up. There's not a single song of mine that I've played more than this song. And I still fuck it up. I'm going to start over from the beginning and try to do it properly. Kitty is over there on the chair. On her throne. You can see her sitting there next to my pants. That's my pants behind her and in front of a pillow. They kind of blend in with her, so just so you understand what those things are. Try this again. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road reaches an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and a satchel filled up with on, and that satchel with nothing but bones. Satchel of helpful goods. 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 Did anybody provide the tonight at the end? I hope so. I hope so. The beautiful wonder of wintertime has collapsed upon my eyelids. The beautiful snows falling so high and piling up like yesterday's news behind the shed. These are the things I think in my head as I feel I'm so tired and wonderful. Yes, tired and wonderful. Let's find out what I'll play next. How about... Yeah, okay. Let's see. Mrs. Baum, I suspect that's N-I-F-I versus N-I-F-E. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you. And you'll want to know the way to get back at you. Wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, though departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Yeah, there's a other guitar part that goes like I can't play both guitar parts. In fact, I can't even play the guitar part at all, probably, but certainly can't play them concurrently. Where can you find the Snappy Tracks playlist? I will get you Snappy Tracks. Snappy Tracks playlist. Here we go. Going over here to this channel thing. Gonna push the magnifying glass next to about and type in Snappy. You know, that little magnifying glass next to about searches just my channel. You just put in the word Snappy and you will find Snappy Tracks, the best damn playlist for Snappy Tracks anywhere between Tennessee, Chattanooga, and Arcadia, California. You can't see any of whose messages. Hambo's not here anymore. He went home or something. So he went to bed. I think he lives in the same time zone as me. There's Snappy Tracks. Now I'm going to play another fun song for everybody. So fun will this song be. You're going to be like, damn, that song's fun. Oh, I want to play What's the Big Problem, but it's hard to play that song. It's not an easy song to play. Or it needs extra shit besides just the guitar part, I guess you could say. Scrotopolis, I mean the other city on what's it called? Scrotonistan? Scrotomistan? I don't remember what I called it. He was angry. Who was angry? Hambone? Oh, was he angry? I see. No, I just can't see him. That's because he's not here anymore. He probably went to bed, you know? He likes to go to bed. I'm going to play some nice sort of casual, gentle, jazzy background music for everybody. I want everybody to sort of dig into the cocktails, you know. Those of you who drink, go ahead and help yourselves. We got Seagram 7 over there. And we've got gin, we got tonic, we got little airplane bottles of 100 proof Smirnoff. What am I Googling? Oh yeah, right. Chords. Look at me, I'm as helpless as a kitten up a tree. And I feel like I'm clinging to a cloud I can't understand. I get misty the moment you're hand. Walk my way, and 1,000 violins begin to play. Or it might be the sound of your hello, the music I hear. I get misty the moment you're near. Can't you see that you're leading me on? And it's just what I want you to do. Don't you notice how hopelessly I'm lost? On my own, when I wander through this wonderland alone, never knowing my right foot from my left, my hat from my glove. I'm too misty and too much in love. Misty and too much in love. That's a good one for sure. Oh, I always thought this was by Cole Porter. I guess I was wrong. Oh, this one says by Cole Porter. That one says by Mel Torme. I guess Mel Torme just sung it. Night is young, skies are clear. What's D6? I want this in one of the things where you can look at the chords here. Meow the meow. And then there we go. And what is this look like? Meow meow meow. Oh, it's like this. That's fine. That's not right though. Oh, that's that part, right? Here we go. The night is young, the skies are clear, and if you want to go walking, dear, it's delightful, it's delicious, it's lovely. Understand the reason. This is fucking a terrible rendition of it. That's not right. This is better, I guess. Let's see. The skies are clear. Night is young. The skies are clear. If you want to go walking, it's just too complicated of a song. It's going to take me too long to figure it out. I have some fake books too that I got back from the PewDiePie over there. We call it storage. I don't know where those are. I'm gonna Google something else here. Let's see if I can find one. This isn't Lush Life. Lush Life by Zara Larson. Who the hell is that? By Billy Strayhorn, obviously. This would be a challenging one, I bet. We'll see, though. I used to visit all the very gay places, those come what may places, where one relaxes on the axis of the wheel of life to get the feel of life from jazz and cocktails. Girls, they're not the right chords. I hate these like approximations. If I can get it right, or don't even post it. Otherwise, you're just wasting my goddamn time. You know what I'm saying, everybody? You know what I'm saying. I can't play things that are wrong, okay? How about, I can't even think of any other jazz standards that I know how to sing. Or maybe, Oh, I don't know. I don't know what to play. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to be. Six, 4, 5, 4. How they played up there or what? Pajamas, a hairbrush, new shoes, and a case. Said to my reflection, let's get out of this place. Past the church and the steeple, laundry on the hill, billboards and the building, memories of it still keep calling and calling. But forget it all, I know I will. Tempted by the fruit of another, tempted but the truth is discovered. What's been going on now that you have gone? There's no other. I'm tempted by the fruit of another. I'm rounding down. It's a hard song to play, but I like the song a lot. It's a well-constructed song. I can't play it, though. I shouldn't play things I can't play. I shouldn't just sort of mess around like this. It's kind of pointless to do so. Oh, Jesus. What a horrible time things are in life when things are horrible and everything fails forever for no reason and every reason all the time. That's what sometimes happens and sometimes not. It's impossible to tell which is going to be the case. Like, I'm going to play this song, and I don't know how to play it, but I'm going to play it anyway. It's called Come from a country far, far across the sea, where all of the people are all right. That's why all the people are always calling me, the international delight. It's late. I should quit. I should go to bed. It's late, and that's it. I should get into bed. But I feel some urgency to wash away this failure of this crap. Something terribly wrong with me. That's what I've often felt in life. There's something terribly, terribly wrong with me. And why? Because of the constant reoccurring failure. And of course, I can't do anything without failing because it's how one progresses. Otherwise, you're stuck in SI all the time, playing the same songs over and over again. People may want to listen to the same songs, but there's a compulsion within your heart that says, but you've played that so many times before. I wish I had a single answer, massively effective in answering all things. I wish I had a single answer that collapsed down communicatively and effectively. I could deny it with a single passage, and everyone would finally see what I mean. We need to see, we need to know, we need to bend from happenings down by our means to judge a logic to life. We devise of the unlike from which we'll rarely judge. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at tiles, and it's a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities into win heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting caution and misery, we're stuck in such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Julie shares now her limits, hoping Julie will do. Terry shares for minutes. We just can't share things like they do. She always thought that she should have got to when she had the chance to buy. She soon forgot about soon and not, although she ever called that. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how there is a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities into win heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting caution and disarray, we're stuck in such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction. Whole damn world. Boom, kaboom, boom, 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 kaboom, boom, boom, kaboom. It's something I call kaboom the boom boom, by plumping it. Rude Moves, I don't know if you heard the news. Some of the most important people in the world have begun to plump. If you want to really make it special, you got to learn to plump. You got to plump everything. We're plumping everything from our burgers to our buns, from our penises to our outfits. We're plumping. Talking to you about plumping today. Look, there's a new rapper that's hit the scene. It's called MC Plump. Yeah, we're plumping. He's friends with Grindy Peps, you know, the rapper. You familiar with Grindy Peps? He's a rapper. He's kind of like got a Flavor Flav vibe. Adidas tracksuits, you know, sneakers. But instead of having a clock around his neck, he's got a giant pepper grinder. He's always putting pepper on people's stuff. Don't make me put the motherfucking pepper on you. One of his famous lines, you know, going to pepper up, pepper up, pepper up, pepper up. And he goes, it's Plumpy Bars, right? My bad. Good. I'm glad you're familiar with him because this is what I've been thinking. CJ O'Connell, I was thinking, Ruse Moose, I was saying to myself, Ruse Moose is one thing away from superstardom. He needs about 14% more plump. He needs to plump up. If you can get Plumpy Bars to put down a few bars on your music, I see dispassionate European Stark people dancing half-heartedly to it in a rave in Stockholm. That's the highest outcome imaginable for any music. If you got a problem, you just can't solve it. Let's say you're an MC and you're still stuck in the closet of obscurity because you're not a very good rapper. Well, what you gonna do there, crapper? I'll tell you right now. You gotta plump those bars. Come on, everybody, gotta plump those bars. Your bars are too skinny. You think you rap well? Well, not bars enough, cause those bars are too plenty. If you never plump your bars now, dog, your bars will never plump. That's why you should hire plumpy bars to plump bars on your stump. A long time ago, Billy Bragg wrote this, sang a song upon it, but the problem was there was nothing pumping on it. Since then, I've recaptured it and I've added plenty of plump. That's why this song's so rad instead of a big stinking dump. Plump your bars, plump your bars. If you don't, your bars are just spars. And then you won't have a joke, cause bars don't like to clear an emotion. Gotta plump everything. If it's not plump enough, then I'm angry, Jen. Waiting for the great leap forward. It may have been Camelot for Keck and Jacqueline, but on the shake for a highway, gas it up with gasoline. Fidel Castro's brother spies a rich lady who's crying over luxury disappointment, so he walks over and he's trying to sympathize with her, but he thinks that he should warn her that the third world is just around the corner. It may have been Camelot, but Jack and... No, that's the wrong verse. Soviet Union scientist is blinded by the resumption of nuclear testing, and he is reminded that Dr. Robert Oppenheimer's optimism fell. The first hurdle. In the cheese pavilion, and the only sound I hear is the sound of someone stacking chairs and mopping up spilled beer, and someone asking questions and basking in the light of the 15 paper minutes with the benzene writer. One week forward, 2 weeks back, where politics get me the rack, waiting for the great leap forward. song's got two versions. It's either known as Greatly Forward or Plump. Plump. If you ain't plumping, you just thumping. Dumping, pumping. Where's my drink? Because that would be something if I were bringing it over here. That's good soda. That's really good. All right, I'd like to thank you all for being here for tonight's guided sitting ASMR session. If we're all in our chairs, and I hope we are, I want you to just take a moment to stretch out those legs and get comfortable. Okay. So the first step to sitting, I want you first to stand up. So we're going to practice sitting. Everybody stand up. Now that you're standing, look around you. Feel your environment. Look at your legs. Look at your feet. Wiggle your toes. Stare at your knees. Touch your hips. Reach to the sky. Reach to the sky. There, doesn't that feel better? Now, what I'd really love to see is for all you beautiful standing people to just go ahead and look behind you, make sure the chair is there in the right location. I don't want anybody falling on the floor. Once you've sighted the chair and you're confident in your ability to reach it with your buttocks, I'd like you to go ahead and sit down. Yeah. Bend those knees. Sit that bottom right into the chair. That's good. All right, now, what I'd like for you to do is to check to see that your legs are still there, attached to your torso. If they are, remember, this is a safe activity. Take a deep breath. Breathe in and out. It's always tempting to breathe in just one direction, but the reality is that's just not sustainable. For those of you who just entered the classroom, we are enjoying a sitting practice session. Old Nate McCrott has decided to depart. He doesn't want to practice sitting anymore. He says he's practiced it enough. All right, well, let's take a moment. Let's just wait a moment for him to clear the space. We don't want the noise. Good, he's gone now. All right. Hear the quiet? Do you hear the quiet inside of you, though? What is the sound that your spirit makes when you stare at your knees? Does it cry a cry of joy? Does the anguish escape it? Does it let go of all of the day's tension? Because that's what I'd like you to do now. Just lean back into that chair and let your shoulders relax. Just release all of the tension. That's right. Take another deep breath. Say, ah, this chair that I am sitting in is doing such an amazing job of supporting me, of being there for me. It's a chair that prevents me from being on the floor or standing. Now that you've thought that, I want you to take another deep breath. Look to your knees. Have they moved? Look at the left knee. Keep looking at it. You haven't looked at it enough. Excuse me. I have to cough. Yes. Now, please return to your place of peace and tranquility. I believe we're on the left knee. I would like each one of you to now, from the seated position, look to your knee. I've lost the ability to continue because, I was making myself laugh thinking about my follow-ups about the knees. We're going to spend a long time looking at our knees there. Look to your knees. Have they moved? Yes. So right now, everybody should be looking at their left knee. Okay. I was gonna walk us through more knee looking, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't keep it straight, It's like, look to your knee. Keep looking at it. Long pause. I hope you haven't looked away yet. Oh, that's funny. It's part of the sitting lessons. That's a great thing about talking with famous people. Here at Talking with Famous People, you will have access to how to sit lessons. All you got to do is tune in at the right time, and you could be enjoying a free lesson on how to sit. That's $120 value. I do love Rachel more than you. I love it both meanings. I love Rachel more than I love you, and I love Rachel more than you love Rachel. That doesn't mean I hate you. All right. I'm back from my little episode there. We do have to take care as we emerge from the sitting practice to get back up carefully, but don't do it now. We're not ready. One of the challenges that we've had so far in this class is we have not yet been able to complete the knee looking portion of the curriculum. When looking at your left knee, be careful not to turn your head too much, or you will strain your neck. I can't do extremely serious, earnest ASMR guy talking about the dangers and strategies of sitting. It's just hilarious. I can't do it. All right. Welcome to the afternoon session. The earlier class today, how to sit. I'm not going to lie, it was a bit of a disaster. Was my best class, was my proudest moment. This class here. I'm happy to see you all advanced students here. We're here to discover our spirit animal today. The search for the spirit animal within. A lot of people come to these symposia and they say they've searched, they've looked, they've consulted their shaman, and yet still the identity of the spirit animal evades them. So as we first enter into this classroom, we must lose our distance from whom? From the self within. But what starting point do I take off from? Where, so it speaks, can I know? These are the questions that befuddle the mind. So the first thing we do today is to place the mind into its proper place. The mind is not foremost. The mind is within. The mind is below the bones and the skin. Seek with the mind, but treat it not well. Look to the mind, but trust it like hell. Mind and soul, spirit and bone. Now we'll close our eyes. An incantation to release the barriers between you and the inner self. Breathe away your barriers, turn them into gas, release them, though they will heat the climate. Do you feel the barriers breathing away, condensing into clouds of rainy, rainy water? Over the Amazon River. I do. Imagine now your barriers inside. Everything that prevents you from manifesting your maximally realized animal self, one, united, complementary with the universe and the self, such that actualization erupts like magma from Hawaii's Kilauea. And like said magma, the optimality of yourself realized, released from these gates and barriers that separate you from your true birthright, the power of the metaphysical being. Thus it is the case that the magma mirrors as above, so below. Let this incantation release the magma of your soul into the oceans surrounding the ego, bounding the self on all sides with deep and dangerous waters, replete with sharks, replete with rays, replete as well with resources enough to fill all one's days. And now it is that the gates have begun to open. You seek inside. What animal do you sense? Do you smell the gamey smell of mammalian familiarity? Are you struck by the acrid cold of reptilian skin, foreign yet somehow drawing you siren-like in? Can you taste upon the air the wetness of the amphibian? Are your eardrums befuddled and befouled by the beats of insects making a humming sound in the summer's air? What is the smell, the taste, the sound inside of you? What ecosystem provides the home for the spirit animals? In the empty parts where the spirit fills and plants and creatures grow, metaphysically, although no less real than any other modality. Smell for your spirit animal. Listen for your spirit animal. Look with your inside eye. Yes, it's there now, isn't it? Before, your eyeballs did not swivel. Only the front of them saw. And now both sides of the eyeball can see. The backside, metaphysically, seeks and speaks and seeks and puts down in there the eyesight. And what's the environment? That's where you'll discover your spirit animal. Look for the scat. Its poops very small like races, or large like a giant boulder, or something in between. The first clue as to the identity of your spirit animal can be found in its poop. My spirit animal is here. My hello, spirit animal. What are you? Here in the desert with me. A desert creature, yes. A desert creature. What kind of desert creature be you? A saguaro cactus is not an animal. That can't be my spirit animal. Oh, wait, not here. Not near the ground. There. In the air. Near the sky. A desert hawk circles, swoops down, and tears asunder the flesh of the hair below, carrying back chunks of bloody flesh to its bird babies in the nest. That is my animal spirit. There it is, not the hawk that killed the hare, the baby bird beginning to be fed in the nest, pushing away the sibling, demanding more than his fair share of foods. That's my spirit animal. And who is yours? Countess, is the porcupine your spirit animal? Eileen, is your spirit animal the kangaroo? Old mate McGrot, does your spirit animal bark a lot like a prairie dog inside a zoo? Everybody else, pew-de-de-pew. Okay, so now you guys are all found your spirit animals, hopefully. Did you find your spirit animal? Mine's a baby desert hawk getting fed chunks of bloody rabbit. Anybody else have any thoughts about their spirit animal? Did I release the inner spirit animal with my ASMR? Because it's designed to do that, you know. It's a spirit animal lubricant. I asked my dead grandmother, and she said, I will know the answer to that question over her dead body. And I said, Grandma, you are a dead body. And she says, yeah, it's just my physical body, though, not my dead metaphysical body. Capybara. That is a great spirit animal. It's a great, you have a horny toad as your spirit animal, Countess? Who's most the capybara, Countess the horny toad, Eric the baby desert hawk. I'm pretty sure CJ O'Connell's spirit animal is the wily chipmunk, and I think Winston's mom's spirit animal is the ibex. You get to be the ibex. Candace, I believe I made you the porcupine. Porcupine is like a lion. I tell you what, porcupines have huge advantages over lion cows. You know how many spiny parts lions have? None. They don't have any spines. Porcupines, lots of them. Kangaroo, yes, kangaroo mixed with a what are the other things? Wallabies. You get to be a kangaroo wallaby. Old mate spirit animal is super horny. That's not. Is there some kind of super horny toad? I don't think so. C.J. Combs had come here in search of his spirit animal. It was the end of a long journey. At last, he figured he'd have some sort of satisfying answer. So when the spirit guide informed him that his animal was a wily chipmunk, he was more than a little disappointed. Undaunted, C.J. O'Connell found a new spirit animal and sought again the answer to his question. What happened in your second spirit animal hunt? You got the wily squirrel. So it's pretty similar answer. A little bit different though. What's whose question? No, Ruse Moose. No, but you're right. You do have a sea creature as your spirit animal. I just saw a vision of it. Your sea creature, spirit animal, is the what are they called? Flounder. Flounder. You are a flounder, Ruse Moose. You're flat. You lay on the sand all the time. It's obvious you're a flounder. I mean, is it normal to find C.S. Joseph sexy? Look, I can tell you, I can look at him objectively, and I would say, he's a fairly handsome fellow, looks fine, but he seems too skinny to me. It's like I'm skinnier than him, probably, but there's a certain kind of like unhealthy skinnyishness to him that I don't have. Whoa, drop your bong, Eric. That would be a terrible thing if you spill bong water all over your bed. As men, I don't really. There are occasionally males that'll think like, I like that guy a lot. Like maybe I can see myself following his lead or something like that. But I can't. It's hard for me to imagine I think of it from a chick's perspective. Like, I wonder what chicks think when they look at a dude they think is attractive. I don't think they're like, ooh la la, I want to get on that. I just think they think that guy's cool or something. I don't know. I don't understand like what it is that makes chicks like what it feels like. They're not getting a boner, obviously. So I don't know if I think they just are kind of like they think he's cool or something, SpongeBob is yeah, I think maybe ENFJ. I don't know, ESFJ or ENFJ, one of the two. Obviously, SpongeBob is not a regular human being in any sense. I would say that Cloud, I'm going to pick you a spirit animal. You get to be a pheasant. Okay. Your spirit animal is the pheasant. Squidward is again, ISTJ or an ESTJ, I guess. Squidward's kind of my hero a little bit. He's just trying to have shit his way, you know. It's like it's around my paper and he's such an SI dom, you know. It seems like SpongeBob has a little bit too much FE. Seems like too much of a team player. Like, I'm ready. He's always ready to be a team player. And like the split my pants episode, right? That seems pretty FE. Although his FE is not that great, so actually FE's iffy. So maybe ENFP would be a better choice, actually. But I think ESFP then. He's not very intuitive. You don't find SpongeBob attractive? Look, I mean, who doesn't find SpongeBob attractive? I'd suck the dick. I'm assuming it would be filled with liquid because of the sponge quality of the whole thing. Just be like sort of sucking the liquid out of a sponge. You want to know what Pikachu is? He only says Pika and Chew. It's hard to read his personality type. Krusty Krab. Mr. Krabs is funny. Mr. Krabs is like a ESTJ, I guess. The smoking farmers count as eating or drinking, Winston's mom. Hi, kitty, meow, meow, pants. The cactus is pronounced saguaro. The saguaro cactus. The saguaro cactuses live in Arizona area. Some probably in California as well. Gary is SpongeBob's pet snail. Mm-hmm. What's Sandy? ENTP? ESTP? I think Sandy's ESTP probably, but it could be ENTP. Not Zandy, Archangel. Sandy in SpongeBob. The squirrel in SpongeBob, who lives under the ocean with her tree that is in an air bubble. The squirrel. Well, no, Angantir, because only people who see honesty as linking to veracity of emotional display see FE as fake. And therefore as dishonest. TI people think that FE is whatever it is, but that but that dishonesty has nothing to do with emotions. You know what I'm saying, dog? I gotta go pee. For some good sandwich. You're watching TV right now, Ingentir. This is my TV show. This is my TV show that I'm the star of. I'm the star of this TV show. It's a sitcom about a wacky family who gets into trouble with the police when they begin to open a pomegranate store in the middle of the police station. Talking with Fantasy is a hilarious television sitcom about a family who gets in trouble with the police when they try to open a pomegranate store inside of a police station without permission. You can understand how that's going to cause problems. Hilarity ensues. In the next episode of Talking with Fans People, let's get some highlights about what's going to happen in it. What are you people doing here? Opening a pomegranate store? This is the police station. You're going to have to go. But this is where our store is going to be. You can't open up a store in the police station. I've already started construction. You're going to build a store in the police station. Yeah, I'm surprised it took you guys so long to get out here. I've got a circus star going. I'm just here in the lobby. I'm building. You see, I'm building a small hut. Did you get permission for that from anybody? Yeah. Who? My neighbor. Your neighbor is anybody in particular? Yeah. Who? The police chief? Your neighbor is chief of police. Can you tell me his name? Yeah. Will you tell me his name? On the next exciting episode of Talking with Fans People, to be continued. What will happen as little Stevie learns he's not going to be able to stay in the police station house that they've built? I've got some bad news, Stevie. The police aren't going to let us build our house here in the station. But I had my heart set on it, Daddy. My heart was set. I wanted to live here. And I had a log cabin you built. Very small log cabin you built here in the lobby of the police station. Why can't we? I don't know. Stevie. People are cruel, mean, unfair. That's why. I told them that's what we were doing. And they said no. They asked me if I got permission. Did you? No. Did you tell him you didn't? Or I lied to him, son. I lied. I told him the neighbor had given me permission, and he was the chief of police. Turns out they don't even have chief of police here. It's a sheriff's station. Who's calling whom Bear Bear? Don't call me Bear Bear, okay? Stovetop stuffing in the house, y'all. It's stovetop stuffing in the house. Oh my God, look, it's stovetop stuffing, everybody. She's here. She's rapping. She's being fun. She's entertaining everybody with her delightful songs. We love you, stovetop stuffing. Thank you, Host Eric. Hey, stovetop, remember before when you were male, before I arbitrarily changed your gender? Yeah, I remember. Well, you know why don't you, stovetop? Well, because stovetop stuffing is such a cute girl's name. Who's my little stovetop stuff then? Well, Eric's right. He sure is. What am I right about? Gonna wrap this up now, but before I do, as I do, probably not gonna get any sleep again tonight. I slept really much today. Okay, I slept like from like maybe 4, 5 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon. I don't know when I would sleep. Actually, I got up around 1 in the afternoon. Where did you find your wallet? Where did who find whose wallet? I didn't lose any wallet. You're not talking to me, so somebody else lost a wallet, and I want to see. Okay, so here we go. Before I leave, I'm going to tell you this something. I'm going to say a few words, a little incantation. They're words of power. And when I'm done with it, just listening with your ears open, because these words of power are going to be like a infestation of goodness in your soul. It goes around and cleans up areas of suffering and misfortune, problems, lack of discipline, other things that you don't like about your ontology. Here are the words of power. You have already an optimization engine of self. I do decree your optimization hereby plumped. Good night, everybody. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. You can feel the words working already.